Okay, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Let's make sure everything's working. Give me your location, where you watching from, in the chat, and we'll get this thing going just to make sure that we're looking good, we're sounding good, and everything. It's been a minute. Oh yeah, from Virginia. Hello, Amber. We got lots of people from Florida. Awesome. Well, welcome to another Ryan Hall, y'all. Live stream. Today's stream is pre-Hurricane Helene coverage. We're talking about, honestly, we're talking about a lot of different things today. But we're mostly going to be focusing on the forecast for tomorrow. But we're going to be pulled around a little bit because we've got stuff like this before we dive into Helene. I do need to mention that we've got a couple tornado warnings out there in West Virginia right now. We got a tornado warning here for Greenbrier and Summers County in West Virginia. We've got another one over there. Well, they're both pretty much in the same area, in Greenbrier and Summers counties in West Virginia. This is just to the south and east of Rupert. And of course, we've got meteorologist Andy Hill here with us as well. The lights are green. Let's hear from Andy. Go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. And adding to those two that you see there, we have some unwarned areas of a pretty noteworthy rotation in these storms that are passing through northwestern South Carolina and also parts of the Appalachian Mountains into western North Carolina that I haven't seen rotation in storms in this area like this in quite some time. Now, a nice tactic here is to use that Greenville-Spartanburg radar and take it up to tilt 3 with velocity or reflectivity. It'll help you see those storms as the lower levels of the beams are hitting the mountains, so you can't see all that data as well. Not all of it is represented. But the areas I'm most concerned with that are not warned right now and may not need to be warned, but definitely need to be watched out for are near Rosman, North Carolina, and Transylvania County, south of Brevard. And then also in the area near Salem, South Carolina, to the south and west of that, there is a little bit of a merger storm going on in there. That cell has popped up and is kind of being met with the line. Both could enhance the rotation right in that area. And then there's one more weak area of rotation closer to I-85 near Fairplay, South Carolina, and along this Georgia state line there. So those are the areas that I'm watching in particular. Maybe also this area near Mills River and Fletcher in North Carolina. Pretty significant rotation there on the third tilt of the radar, headed towards I-26. Coming right off the mountain. So we'll see if anything results from those, but y'all watch out for those areas of rotation. None of them are warned for tornadoes at this moment.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. We're going to be hearing from him a lot today and tomorrow, as the tornado threat's going to be something that's kind of baked into our hurricane situation, not only today, this evening, with this area of interest up here in the Appalachian Mountains, but tomorrow there's going to be even more problems with those spinning storms that we'll talk about here in just a moment. But yeah, lots of people are getting ready to experience some pretty, decent thunderstorms over here. We've got some special weather statements out there, a couple severe thunderstorm warnings, but they're rotating enough to spark some tornado warnings. Once again, we've got one tornado warning in Greenbrier County, West Virginia, and then a couple more tornado warnings maybe on the verge of happening in South Carolina and North Carolina. If you know anybody around Hendersonville, south of Asheville, west of Greenville, in that area, let them know that we've got some interesting looking storms coming. So that's those storms, and Andy's going to keep us updated on those. I am going to go back to the storm in West Virginia, the one that has the actual tornado warning right now, and just kind of show you the latest on it. Clintonville and Hugert. You guys are next in line to potentially receive this very dangerous storm that is very, very capable of producing a tornado, especially for West Virginia standards. Like, it's not every day that we see something like this over here. So make sure you're taking shelter. This is also going to go over Interstate 64 pretty soon. So I think we've got Caleb. Caleb, do you got something for us right now?
I don't. I'm just hanging out right now.
Oh, okay.
I am here, actually on the Gulf Coast. Yeah, I'm just hanging out on camera, watching the rain and.
Okay. Well, you were unmuted. I thought that
nothing really crazy going on.
Well, this is a great way to introduce the fact that we do have storm chaser Caleb Beecham out there. Caleb Beecham is on the beach, all right, and he's going to be there through the hurricane, live reporting, doing all the things that a storm chaser does. And, that was our official introduction of Caleb to the stream there. So we're going to be hearing from him quite a bit here in just a moment, and also lots tomorrow. So we're going to be jumping back and forth between these tornado warnings and the forecast for the hurricane, obviously. Hey, look, we've got somebody else wanting to chime in. Here we go. Riley, what's up, man?
Hey, Ryan, we just got our advisory number 10 from the National Hurricane Center and our maximum expected gusts, looking at just the locations on that. So those are, of course, your dots. So it could get stronger than these dots that they show. But that category 4 dot, its maximum wind gusts are 160 miles an hour with maximum sustained of 130.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Riley, for bringing our attention down here to the Gulf, which is where we're going to be spending a lot of time today. All right. This is hurricane pre-coverage. We're going to be trying to help people understand what's about to happen with Hurricane Helene. We are going to be distracted quite a bit by these storms up here in the mountains. So just bear with us. Right now, I'm going to take a little bit of time to go over Helene. We just got an update, like Riley said, and it does look like they are officially forecasting this thing to be a Category 4 here well before landfall. All right, so wind speeds of 132 miles per hour possible as early as 2 p.m. tomorrow, and wind gusts up to 161 miles per hour. So once again, what you're looking at here is the latest forecast cone and track for Hurricane Helene. Now, right now, at this very moment, Hurricane Helene is a Category 1 hurricane with 86 mile per hour winds and wind gusts up to 104 miles per hour. We're already seeing the pressure as low as 978 millibars. So lots going on. We're going to keep you updated on that. Let's go through all of these different points here, just so we can see them. Before we do that, we do have an update from Caleb now. Caleb, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to actually jump in and just kind of give everyone a heads up of where I am. So I'm currently just south of Crawford, Florida. I'm actually in what they call Shell Beach or Shell Point Beach, Florida. Has a lot of different names, as meteorologist Andy Hill and I were discussing pre-stream. But this actually area that I'm standing here right now, by about this time tomorrow, is going to be under several feet of storm surge. So we're continuing to see that trend upward now, with the potential of possibly up to 18 feet of storm surge in this area. So originally we were looking at about 5 to 10 feet, and now we're all the way up to 18. And I imagine with a Category 4 expected in this area, we could see it continue to climb on top of that as well.
Awesome. Sounds good. Thank you so much, Caleb. We're going to be checking in with him a lot this afternoon, and then of course tomorrow as well. I took us over there to the camera in West Virginia because one of those storms that is prompting a warning. I believe it just shut this camera down. You can see here, this is in Fayette County, West Virginia. Oh no, it just looked frozen because that is an intense wall of rain there associated with the storm moving into Fayette County, West Virginia right now. And in West Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina, we have several storms that are trying to produce tornadoes. So just to give you an idea of what that looks like, you're not going to see that one coming. All right, let's go back over here to the map. Okay, we've got to get back over here to the map and talk about Hurricane Helene's track and trajectory. We just got that update by 2 a.m. in the morning. This is going to be a Category 2 with wind speeds around 110 miles per hour. And then as soon as 2 p.m. tomorrow, talk about rapid intensification. At 2 p.m. tomorrow, we're talking about a Category 4 hurricane capable of producing wind gusts up to 161 miles per hour. And then look at this. Hurricane Helene is still expected to be a Category 1 hurricane in south central Georgia, almost halfway to Atlanta. which is nuts. It's absolutely nuts. This is going to be one of the strongest storms a lot of southwestern Georgia has seen, and also the Tallahassee area. So we're going to talk a lot more about that right here in a second. We're going to look at the models and everything. But first, we do have another update from Riley. What's up, Riley?
Hey, Ryan, if you want to actually go over to Twitter and take a look at National Hurricane Center's latest tweets, they do have the advisory number 10 storm surge forecast in here, and there is a large area of the Big Bend region that's actually forecast for 15 to 20 feet of storm surge. I did a little bit of looking, and I'm not 100% sure, but there's a pretty decent chance that this is the highest forecast storm surge of like all time in all hurricane outlooks ever.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Riley. Lots of information pouring in rapid fire succession here. So we're going to get through all of this. This is the latest from the National Hurricane Center. Peak storm surge forecast, 15 to 20 feet of storm surge possible here in the Big Bend area. Even, Tampa Bay, we're talking about 5 to 8 feet. That could cause a ton of problems. Apalachicola, 6 to 10 feet. That 15 to 20 foot indicator there is it's in the top percentile of it's how do I get the words out here? It's something that we didn't want to see. Okay, and I think that if we had a dot. All right, if we had another dot here right before landfall, it wouldn't be surprising to me if we expected this to be near or at a Category 5 at landfall. So just to put that into perspective here, one of the reasons why we're seeing the high storm surge forecast, one of the reasons why we're seeing the predicted Category 4 well out to sea here is because we do expect that rapid intensification to happen, and we expect it to continue for quite some time on its approach to Florida. Also, another thing to consider here is, let's go over to the satellite view. This is a huge storm. This is what Helene looks like right now. It's not necessarily a Category 4 or Category 5 yet, right? But you can tell that this is going to be a monster just from the sheer size of it. And one of the things that a large storm like this is kind of notorious for is storm surge. This thing's going to move a ton of water, and it's unfortunately going to move it into an area that is not ready to receive it. You know what I'm saying? This Big Bend area is, there's lots of places where 20 foot of water rise is going to lead to several miles of inland flooding. So this is something that we have to be pretty concerned about if we are in Florida, all the way up there towards Cross City, Chiefland, Newberry, Perry, areas just south of Tallahassee. These are going to be some places that we have to watch out for as we go forward. Caleb, I don't know if you can hear me, but you're unmuted there. And so, yeah, we've got several
a new
different
tornado
areas
warning
that we're watching
has been
here.
issued.
And there it is. Like I said, we're going to be going back and forth a lot today. Another tornado warning. Let's go check it out. Yeah, so this is a continuation of the tornado warning that we were looking at earlier that was prompting the warning for the Interstate 64 area near Clintonville. Now we're looking at this continuing all the way over towards Spring Creek and Falling Spring in West Virginia. So we've got a couple of different places to look out for in here. Frankfurt Elementary School and the Mile 20.5 campsite. Yeah, I can. Go ahead. So the statics come from Caleb. And the beeping, what about the beeping? Okay, is the warning alerts are too loud? I'll turn them down. So yeah, if you guys find anything annoying today, please let us know in the chat. This is the time to work out those bugs before tomorrow Once again, this is this pre-stream. Go ahead, Riley. Riley, did you change the lights?
Yeah, sorry. I've had other noise in my ears. I just sent a picture in stream text that shows what storm surge inundation could look like. Anything in the red in this images is at least 6 feet underwater, or at least 9 feet underwater, and anything else is between 6 and 0 feet. All the red on here, that is land that's underneath the water. That's not like, hey, this is normally like a wetland or an ocean, or this is sometimes covered with a tide. This is taking the highest of high tides and assuming if we were at that high tide, what additional land would also be underwater. So that's very clearly a lot of land that's underwater. I don't know exactly how much area it is, but from some quick calculations that I tried to do using the key they have built in on their site, it seems like there's somewhat over 250,000 square or 250 square miles of land that will be underwater.
Wow. Okay. Thank you very much, Riley. We're talking about the very serious situation that is likely to unfold tomorrow regarding the storm surge. And now we've got another update from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, still have my attention most focused on this storm near Salem, South Carolina at the moment. Its track is moving generally northeast here. That's right, of course, in the northwest corner of South Carolina. If you take that up to tilt 3, that most recent scan from about 5 minutes ago really shows some tight rotation, maybe a bit of a little bit of an artifacting in there. But if that is a real rotation, and most of it probably is believable, then I do think that signature warrants a tornado warning. However, the lower levels aren't quite reflecting that yet. So still monitoring in case that storm does look like it will become imminently tornadic in the lower levels. But that's what I'm looking at right now. So if there is a warning issued there into parts of Pickens County in South Carolina and maybe up into Transylvania County in North Carolina, then that would be the reason why.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Keeping an eye on these storms that are causing some problems over here in the Carolinas. Once again, we got a couple tornado warnings in West Virginia. We're going back and forth between. We just got a couple of warnings. So is the sound better now? Are we good? Are we good? Just let me know, Chandra, in my ear if that problem is solved. All right, so we're going to continue to watch these storms here. Also, Chandra, if we should have some sort of cameras in this area, so just holler at me if you see anything. We're going to come back up here to the tornado warning in West Virginia. We're going to fly to that real quick, give you an update on it, and then we're going to go back to the hurricane, the satellite imagery, and we're going to look at forecast models, okay? So if you're just now tuning in, 1,700 things are happening at once. We're doing pre-stream coverage for the Hurricane Helene, and we've also got a couple tornado warnings here. If you're in Falling Spring or Spring Creek in Greenbrier County in West Virginia, you're under a tornado warning for the next little bit here. It expires at 5:30 Eastern, so we're going to keep an eye on this for you. And then I think, and Andy is keeping an eye on those storms in North Carolina and South Carolina. There's a decent chance that we're going to see a couple of new tornado warnings here soon as well. So get ready for that. Now, let's come back over to the satellite. And let's take a look once again at the Gulf of Mexico and our hurricane that is getting its act together right now. Once again, Hurricane Helene, currently Category 1, winds 86 miles per hour. But you can see that little dot right there, the Category 4 dot. That's very soon from now, 2 p.m. tomorrow. We expect this to be a major hurricane, maybe attempting trying to become a Category 5 at some point. Let me load up the site here. I'll show you all the different graphics associated with it. So once again, this is the latest forecast cone. Hurricane warnings in effect for everybody in the red. And then actually, let me show you the new one if I can find it. Oh, the experimental cone is currently processing. Okay, so one of the things that's really interesting about this particular storm is how far inland the effects are going to be. So the hurricane warnings actually extend pretty far into the panhandle of Florida. Tropical storm warnings almost up to Atlanta. So we've got, and I expect that to go even deeper and become even more widespread as time goes on. So we've got a lot of people, millions of people about to experience the strongest storm of the year. And we just want to make sure we're letting everybody know what the real impacts are looking like here. Once again, major hurricane category 4 out here by 2 p.m. tomorrow. I expect that we are going to be dealing with landfall probably around 8 p.m. Eastern. Obviously, it could be a little bit earlier than that. It could be a little bit later than that. But this storm is so big that it's going to, like tomorrow, the whole day is a hurricane, right? We're going to be talking about a really robust tornado threat. Throughout the day, we're going to be talking about the storm surge and the heavy rain and the wind. Obviously, for most of the day, there's going to be a period of time where that's more intense. But the whole day tomorrow is going to be pretty wild if you live anywhere in Florida, and also on the coast of Georgia and South Carolina there, and a little bit inland as well. So that's the latest on the cone. I want to show you some other things too, because we've got several, unfortunate things that are possible with this hurricane. Not only do we have the tornado threat and the storm surge threat, we have a really high excessive rainfall threat. And I'm seriously concerned about the people right now that are experiencing those spinning storms in South Carolina. Especially if you live closer to some of the larger mountains in the Appalachian Mountains there, and if you live near an outlet, a creek, or a stream or something like that, this kind of storm is a recipe for disaster in that area as far as flash flooding goes. All of this moisture from our record hot, Gulf of Mexico is going to get flung up into the eastern United States, and it's going to get wrung out over the Appalachian Mountains, and all of that water is going to fall down the mountains and then slide through the valleys on the southeastern side, and that's going to lead to likely some really bad stream, creek, and river flooding probably over the next couple of days into the weekend. So we've got a high risk of flooding south and east of Knoxville and Chattanooga. This is in northeast Georgia, northwest South Carolina, and of course western portions of North Carolina. And then of course we also have the high risk right where landfall is expected as well, where some of those places are going to end up with a ton of rain. In fact, 12 to 16 inches of rain is not going to be out of the question for areas just south and west of Tallahassee. Everybody in Atlanta, or everybody in Georgia for the most part, could potentially see more than 4 inches of rain. Right around Atlanta, we could see around 8 inches of rain or more. But look at the hot spot here in Georgia, in northwestern South Carolina, and western portions of North Carolina. There's a couple of pockets where those mountains are going to be wringing out all the moisture. There's a couple of pockets where we could see more than 16 inches of rain. So I can't begin to explain how bad that would be in the mountains. So just that's another thing to potentially be preparing for. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, actually, I would say doing more than preparing in this area, because I lived here for 5 years in Western North Carolina, and my mom works with the county in Haywood. So I have heard that there's still efforts to clean up from Tropical Storm Fred much earlier. And those are still, active, ongoing things. And this is only going to complicate any remaining efforts for cleanup in these mountainous regions, especially on the southern and eastern facing slopes, as you said. That's because Hurricane Helene, or what will probably be Tropical Storm Helene at that time, will pass up to the west of the area, and all that wind is circling counterclockwise into the low. So it's hitting those southern facing slopes, going right up and wringing out all that moisture, as you said, for a little bit of the meteorology perspective or side of things as to why that's happening. So I just want to say that instead of, thinking about preparing, it's definitely time to take action, especially if you're in those the creeks and the low-lying areas that would see a lot of rainfall from here. So I have some personal experience and I have some personal recommendations as a result to say that, it is way better to get out of any, potentially flood-prone and harmful areas, especially that were recently impacted by tropical systems in the recent past.
Okay. Yes. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, familiar with the area. A lot of us here are familiar with the area. Just a couple of years ago, we had a historic flood in eastern Kentucky, where I'm from, and a lot of places didn't get 16 inches of rain. Okay, it was less than that. And it's a similar situation. Like, we're in the Appalachian Mountains, not necessarily in the highest peaks. And that's where some of the heaviest rain is going to fall during this storm, but on the other side of the spine of the mountains. So definitely, this is likely going to be a pretty bad situation, a potentially devastating situation for folks who live in or even around flood-prone areas in North Carolina, Georgia, and South Carolina, there where that high risk is. And I want to emphasize that it's not just flood-prone areas. A lot of the old-timers from here in Kentucky, from the historic flood that we had, believed that, everything was fine, that they'd never seen the water get, to where their house is, and they've lived here for 60, 70 years. In some situations, that doesn't matter, right? If you can see the water, if you can throw a stone to where the water has been before with a rising creek or stream or river, you're probably too close, and you need to think about what you're going to do if the flood warning comes through. So there's that. And unfortunately, that's not all that we have to think about. The storm surge is one thing. The rain is another thing. But another thing is the very real tornado threat that we're going to have tomorrow as well. Let me throw on the Day 2 Storm Prediction Center outlook here. You can see that we have an enhanced risk tomorrow for severe weather, and it's completely driven by tornadoes for the most part. Savannah, Georgia, Brunswick, Waycross, Hinesville, Statesboro. All of you guys are under the gun for potential tropical tornadoes tomorrow, and I think that we'll probably see quite a few of them. And unfortunately, that's going to be happening around the same time as landfall, and also leading up to landfall. So this is going to be one of those situations where we're going back and forth between several different big problems that will be unfolding tomorrow, on top of the hurricane landfall, of course. So let's turn the satellite back on. And once again, our updated cone of uncertainty has gotten a little bit less uncertain. We've got a pretty tight potential area of direct impact here. Right now, Tallahassee, obviously Tallahassee's a little inland, but it looks like you guys are probably going to take the brunt of this storm to an extent. I don't think that there's a good storm to reference here as to what this could be like, simply because of how fast it's going to be going. It's not going to lose a lot of strength after it makes landfall. This is going to be a really strong storm for Tallahassee, so just make sure you're ready for that. And of course, areas right along the coast, just south of Tallahassee, Carabel, the Apalachicola National Forest area, all the way over to Perry. This is going to be an extremely dangerous situation for you guys as well. Panama City, I think that you guys are also going to be dealing with a lot of the wind, and there's going to be some problems that come along with that. But thankfully, I think the vast majority of the storm surge problems are going to be happening to your east. But we don't want to let our guard down, right? Because if this thing wobbles a little bit farther to the west, that could be pretty bad for Panama City. But right now, I think the hardest hit areas are going to be between Apalachicola and Cedar Key, up to Tallahassee and Live Oak. But we got to remember how big the storm is. And even though it's going to be making landfall up here, I think everybody, even all the way over there towards Tampa, there's going to be some stuff happening over there too, which we will talk about right after we hear from Andy. Go ahead.
No, actually, I'll talk exactly about that, Ryan, or maybe another component of it that's also very important, because at some point you might hear, if you're in Panama City especially, you might hear, if this goes just to your east, how there's actually going to be water that is sucked out of the bay, sucked out to sea, and the beaches will all be exposed because of the way the wind rotates around this giant system. All of the wind on the west side of it will be offshore, flowing offshore, so it'll push all that water out. And you might hear that from a local news source or anything, and that local news source may not tell you. And in addition to that, don't go seeking that out just because it looks cool, because the conditions in the area will still be incredibly dangerous. So I want to encourage you that that this will happen, and it will be really interesting, but also to not seek it out in this area because it is still very dangerous to be out there in those conditions. So please exercise safety for yourselves, in the light of something that may be meteorologically interesting in every different component of the storm and every different part of it.
Absolutely. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. So once again, if you're just now tuning in, we're looking at the satellite here, just taking a look at how large the storm is before the sun sets. Then we'll switch over to the infrared satellite imagery and take a look at some of the deep convection that's happening around the core. There's a chance that we see an eye sometime this evening that looks a little bit more defined than what we've got right now. Pretty much from right now until, it makes landfall, or at least a couple hours before landfall, we expect rapid intensification to happen, which is a fascinating thing to watch unfold on the satellite, as unfortunate as it is. But we're going to show you that. We're also going to continue to check in with Caleb out there, who's on the coast of Florida right now, talking to people about what's happening, what are they doing, how are they preparing for this upcoming storm. I think we're doing a good job. I think everybody in the weather industry has done a really good job so far of getting the word out. We've had a lot of lead time, lots of evacuations. The last I checked, which of course this is probably changed, but the last I checked, we've got about 70 counties that are doing mandatory evacuations, and that's probably going to increase because that report came in whenever we were only expecting 12 to 15 feet of storm surge. Now that we're expecting that additional, increase in water, there's probably lots of local governments who have probably haven't had to consider this before, thinking about doing the mandatory evacuations. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Ryan, one thing just like on the note of evacuations and everything is like this hurricane, it is very, very large. You don't see like a storm this big that often. And the hurricanes, yeah, they're already really big systems. But actually, if you go over to Radar Omega, one thing that they have is you can kind of take a look at the whole entire wind field. Go into the options, and in tropical weather, it's the last one there, and it shows the whole area of the current wind field. And this is like a very, very big wind field as far as just even hurricanes go. We haven't seen a wind field this spread out and this wide in a very long time.
Yeah, it's huge, and on top of that, it's going to be intense, and all of that size, like all of that wind is going to be driving water up into the side of Florida. Once again, 20 feet of storm surge is going to be crazy. Even the 5 to 8 feet down there near Tampa Bay is going to cause a lot of problems. So keep that in mind as we talk to Andy again. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks, Ryan. And a lot of people are probably wondering why this storm is so big. One of the reasons we can point to that would create a much larger storm than average is the amount of precipitable water, which is just how much water is present in a column above your head in the atmosphere. There is a ton of moisture available for this storm as it rockets north through the Gulf over the next day and a half or so. And thus, with all that moisture available, you'll see a lot more of the clouds, a lot more of those overcast conditions, central dense overcast, as the hurricane people will call it, is there. So there's just so much more moisture, and that means that the storm can grow to a much larger size with all that's available to it, and it continues to exist in its path all the way up through landfall. There is a bunch of moisture in place, an anomalously high moisture. So that is the primary reason, I would say, as for why the storm is growing to as large as it is, and why we expect it to be large and impacting a wide span of the coastline and also inland.
Thank you very much, Andy. We're going to go ahead and we're going to go back to the tornado warning real quick, because once again, we're going to be jumping around quite a bit. And just give you an update here, because I know we got a couple people that are watching from West Virginia. Raise your hand in chat if you're from West Virginia. Friars Hill, Falling Spring, White Oak Grove, we got a tornado warning for you. This is going to be heading pretty close to or just north of the Frankfort Elementary School. So keep that in mind, as this is not a confirmed tornado, but it's definitely capable of producing a tornado as it goes up towards Oscar as well. In Greenbrier, West Virginia, this is also capable of dropping some hail, up to 1 inch in diameter hail. And then plumb all the way over in Texas, we've got ourselves a severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning for Refugio and Calhoun counties in Texas, 60-mile-per-hour winds, heading right down towards the Colt Ranch Airport. If you're at the airport, if you were at the airport right now, looking to your north, you'd see a pretty ominous storm racing towards you, and that's what we're dealing with here. 60-mile-per-hour winds. Also, got a couple of flash flood warnings already in portions of the Appalachian Mountains. This is going to add insult to injury, obviously, as our major rain event starts happening over the next couple of days as a result of Hurricane Helene. All this rain that's falling right now, it's just going to make it easier for that flooding to start whenever the big rains come. So lots of flooding going on, but to the south and west of Johnson City, south of Morristown. Thankfully, not a lot of flash flooding happening right now in the Asheville area, point south towards like Gainesville. However, some more rain is going to be coming this evening, and we could have a little bit of an appetizer, unfortunately, for what's to come. Still looking at these storms that are rotating as well down here in South Carolina and North Carolina. No tornado warnings yet. A couple of special weather statements, 40, 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts associated with these storms, but we are also concerned about the potential for a tornado. So we're watching this closely. As if there is a warning that comes through, we'll let you know as soon as that happens. Right now, it's just the West Virginia tornado warning. So we've got also the latest forecast from the National Hurricane Center. I'm going to go through that again. And then, Chandra, just whatever it is, put it in text and then let me know when to read it. That would be much easier. And then also, I want to read the chat. So I'm looking at the chat. If you guys have any questions, now this evening is going to be the time to do that. All right. Talking about specific forecasts for areas. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to cover everyone or every area. And honestly, these graphics should answer 99% of those questions about what's it going to be like in insert town here. So we're really not going to spend too much time on that kind of thing. But if you have specific questions, ask them. And then, Riley, Andy, myself, we'll try to answer as many as possible as we prepare for the landfalling hurricane tomorrow. Do you have a landfall time estimator? We don't. We don't have like a countdown, if that's what you're asking, but we do estimate that the landfall is going to happen probably sometime around 7 or 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. All right. So Riley's taking over with the cameras. Riley, if you know how, I know we haven't walked through this completely yet, but we should have quite a few cameras in that Greenville, South Carolina area. So if we can find something that shows a little bit of the sky. I don't know if we've turned on the traffic cameras or not, but there was like a couple hundred last night. How far west do you think the hurricane will reach? So once again, we're getting pretty confident in the path, the projected path. Right now, I think it would be pretty wild if this wandered any farther west than Panama City, as far as like the eye making landfall. It would be pretty wild if it made it that far west honestly. But that's still on the table. Panama City, you guys are technically in the path of potentially receiving a direct hit from this hurricane because you're in that cone of uncertainty. However, we're much more confident, I think, about places like Apalachicola, that being where the eye of the storm hits. But once again, this is a huge storm. It's big, right? So it doesn't matter as much about who's right next to the eye wall. Obviously, that's going to be the hardest hit area. But even all the way over towards, Panama City, you guys are going to have to deal with a ton of wind and a lot of problems regardless of whether you take a direct hit or not. Same thing for you guys over there towards Cedar Key. The storm surge is going to be a big problem there, but the wind field with this is going to be so large, there's going to be several hours of hurricane force winds in Cedar Key, maybe even some hurricane force wind gusts for an extended amount of time as far south and east as Tampa because of how large this is. Okay, Mr. Kidd, compare this to Katrina for inland strength. There's really no way to compare this to Katrina. Katrina was a really strong hurricane. It weakened on approach. It made landfall as a Category 3. We expect that this storm will make landfall as higher than a Category 3, but what does that mean in terms of what you understand about Hurricane Katrina? Nothing. Okay, like this is going to have its own unique impacts, its own unique problems and challenges, and Katrina had its own because of several different factors that have nothing to do with the strength of the storm, really. So it's going to be bad. Anybody that gets hit by this storm, it's going to be bad. That's why we're live right now. That's why the local governments are doing, evacuations. It's not going to be a fun time for anybody involved. But is it, we can't really compare it to a Katrina or anything like that. Let's see here. Let's get the satellite going again. And then we'll do the cameras. Okay. So lots of questions coming in. I'm going to try to answer as many as I possibly can. Request shows these graphics. One, the size of the tropical storm and hurricane force wind fields. That's a good idea. I'll serve that one up right here in a second. What else? Show graphic comparing future size versus the famous ones. Okay. If somebody can find some visual representations of how large this storm is compared to other large storms, I'll show that. But if we don't have something like that, I'll just try to verbally explain it. Okay, so that's a good idea, Derek. Thank you for that, by the way. We'll do that. Speaking of those graphics, really quickly, I'll show you some graphics just in case anybody is just now tuning in and you haven't seen this yet. 15 to 20 feet of storm surge possible in the purple area. That is catastrophic levels of storm surge. All right, this is going to be a huge problem. It might be some of the largest amount of water rise that we've seen in this area for a long time. Maybe even in some places since we've been keeping track.
Tornado warning
and we just got a tornado warning in Florida this time. So let's fly over to that real quick and check that out. Wow, that's way down there near Key West. Monroe County, Florida. We've got a very small storm, but a very dangerous storm here, prompting a tornado warning. Bay Point, the Great White Heron National Wildlife Refuge. Take shelter if you haven't already. This is once again for Monroe, Florida. A tornado warning. It won't be over land long. There's not a lot of land here. But this is going to go over the Overseas Highway in the next couple of minutes. And then, of course, up there towards the Snipe Keys area. So, yeah, National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning. That's going to last until 6 p.m. Eastern. 6 p.m. Eastern. You can see the rotation right there. Chandra or Riley, where's that camera? Is that near our warning?
Both cameras 1 and 2 are in the warning polygon.
Okay, so we've got eyes on it. So if there's going to be a tornado or a water spout, we'll probably see it here.
Warning
and my goodness, there's another tornado warning in West Virginia. Let's fly over to that one now. So this is just a continued warning from this pesky storm that we've had in West Virginia for quite some time. It's still rotating like a top. And it's going to be moving over towards Oscar and Golden now in West Virginia. This is for Greenbrier and Pocahontas counties in West Virginia. Radar indicated rotation. All right. And unfortunately, this is headed right towards some pretty popular campgrounds over here. If you know where the mile 28, 32, or 33 campsite is in the Neola Wildlife area, those places are in the direct path of this dangerous storm that could be trying to produce a tornado in West Virginia. On top of that, we've got a tornado warning also in Florida near Key West. It's the storm in question is about to cross over the Overseas Highway, and we've got a live view of that highway here from FL511.com. So this is, once again, a very dangerous storm, getting ready to go over Overseas Highway in Florida. And then we've got that other one in West Virginia as well. And my goodness, there's stuff happening all over the United States right now. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning in Washington, the state of Washington. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 3/4 inch in diameter hail, possible up here near Oroville in Washington. That's going to be for Okanogan County, Washington, until about 40 minutes from now. So yeah, lots of things happening here. The plan is to, just kind of go over the forecast and answer questions, but we might have to do some daggone full-on severe weather coverage here if we keep getting these tornado warnings, which we're glad to do it. Obviously, if we're here, we might as well. So keep those questions coming. We're queuing them up. Got 3 tornado warnings right now. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan. So the top 3 cameras in there right now, those are all on the same road, 14 and 16. I'm talking about the mile markers that are in the tornado warning. And then 19.6 is actually north of the tornado warning. But all 3 of those will be impacted by the storm that's producing the tornado, but only 2 of them are in the warning.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Riley, for finding these cameras. Once again, Overpass Highway here near Bay Point and Perky in Florida. Y'all need to be taking shelter, and hopefully we don't have too many people on that road. It looks like there are some people on that road though. And the wind, oh my gosh, the winds are certainly whipping, that's for sure. This is a live view of Overseas Highway near mile marker 16, US 1. Also, we've got an update from Caleb Beecham, who's on the shore where maybe up to 20 feet of storm surge will be inundating tomorrow. Caleb, go ahead, man.
Yeah, Ryan, I was just actually speaking with a couple of locals that live here at Shell Point Beach, and they were actually mentioning the fact that the power company just came through the community and actually pulled all of the meters. They pulled water, they pulled power, they pulled gas. So they have completely removed all utilities from all of these structures and all of these buildings leading up to the hurricane coming in here tomorrow, with the preparation that there is going to probably be significant search and rescue that needs to be done. So trying to keep those members of the search and rescue team safe, as well as just trying to maintain their infrastructure. Once that storm does end up coming through, they don't want to have to do a complete rebuild.
Okay. Thank you very much, Caleb. He's on the ground out there. And Caleb, anything else you hear, just keep throwing it at us. We want to hear everything that's going on out there as you prepare for your date with Helene tomorrow. Caleb's going to be out there, probably not where he is right now, but in the general vicinity tomorrow, covering the hurricane as it makes landfall. This is a live look at Hurricane Helene right now. For those of you who are just tuning in, this is a very large hurricane. And it is going to continue to get larger and strengthen as we go through the afternoon, and especially as we go into the early morning hours tomorrow. Tomorrow when we start the stream, we're going to probably be dealing with a Category 4 intense hurricane on its approach to Florida. Riley, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, so even though our storm was already crazy there in Florida, camera 3, suddenly it just went all gray and it actually froze for a few seconds, but I'm pretty sure that's just associated with the
Oh my gosh.
insane amount of rain and wind. But that is live. It is updating again. You just can't even see the ground because of how windy and rainy it is.
Yeah, this is a live look from US 1 down here near Key West, near Bay Point. This is what it looks like out there in our tornado warning. As this very strong storm that is, this is a part of Helene, right? This is one of the outer bands, the appetizer round, I guess you could say, is delivering some incredibly bad driving conditions. Obviously, we're supposed to see a road here in front of us, but we don't see anything. A little bit farther down the road, we've got a little bit better visibility, but you can see things are deteriorating quite quickly. As the core of the storm is moving over Highway 1 right now near Bay Point. Once again, this is a tornado warning for Monroe County in Florida. Please take shelter if you live out here. Honestly, I don't think there's a lot of people that live out here. There's this road, and unfortunately, there's some people on it, but there could very well be a tornado trying to go across the road right now. All right. So that's what's happening there. We've got the tornado warning in Florida and the tornado warning in West Virginia. Let me refresh the graphic above my head there. Why is that showing 3? There we go. All right. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to come back to this graphic. Riley, Andy, Caleb, if anything happens, you just let me know if I need to bring my attention back over there. But once again, we're really concerned about the storm surge with this storm. 15 to 20 feet possible in the purple area, up to 12 feet in the red. Tampa Bay, you're going to be pretty far away from the landfall part of the storm. Okay. But we're still looking at 5 to 8 feet potentially in the Tampa Bay region of storm surge. That is going to cause a lot of problems. It's not going to be as bad as 20 feet, obviously, but that's going to cause a lot of problems on its own. And then all the way down there to Key West and extreme southwestern portions of Florida, we could be talking about 1 to 3, maybe 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. This is going to push a ton of water from the Gulf of Mexico just up onto the shores of Florida on this side, and it's going to cause a lot of problems as it does so. Let's take a look at the wind field again, because some people were asking about that. Right now, the current wind field where we have hurricane force winds is kind of small. It's right next to the center of the storm. Tropical storm force winds a little bit beyond that, but the 39 to 56 mile per hour winds look at how large that is. We expect that all 3 of these areas are going to continue to increase in size, and even this kind of wind on such a large scale, even that can move water, right? So that's one of the reasons why we're concerned about storm surge. It doesn't take 100 mile per hour winds to move water. If you have a huge area of 50, 60, 70 mile per hour winds all blowing in the same direction, you're going to create enough force behind it to move water, even if we don't have the strongest winds over a huge area. But once again, the 70 mile per hour winds, the 100 mile per hour winds, if we end up with a Category 4 or Category 5, which is what it's looking like right now, that's going to be a much larger area on its approach to, making landfall. And we've got ourselves another tornado warning. My goodness. Let's go fly to it. This one's going to be in West Virginia, and it's another continuation of our storm that we've been tracking. Hillsboro, Raintown, and Burr, you guys are under a tornado warning. Take shelter now if you haven't already. Some places in the path of this thing are the Dixie Elementary School. Additionally, the Cranberry Glades Botanical Area and the Mill Run campsite. Lots of campsites in this specific part of West Virginia, so keep that in mind. The Mill Run campsite And probably most directly affected by the storm is going to be the Mill Run campsite. If we've got a tornado down here, it's going to be somewhere between Oscar and Jacobs, and it's going to be moving up along Highway 219 towards Hillsboro in West Virginia. You got to take shelter now if you haven't already. So we've got that tornado warning in West Virginia. We continue to have a strong storm in Florida, but it is no longer tornado warned. But as you saw earlier, it was quite intense while it was happening. Still got a severe thunderstorm in Texas as well. This is moving down towards Rockport right now. If you're in Rockport or Fulton in Texas, you've got a pretty strong storm heading towards you, capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that's kind of the scope of what's going on right now with our severe weather. And then we've got some other stuff to show here. There's so much, y'all. There's so much like happening. There's a queue of about 30 things that we could be talking about here. I want to make sure I give everything the attention it deserves. This is an incredible graphic from NOAA. Understanding storm surge flooding. So once again, in the hardest hit area, we expect maybe up to 20 feet. 20 feet of storm surge. And obviously this is for areas right along the coast, right? That's going to completely submerge some houses. But even farther inland, 20 feet of storm surge could lead to several feet of water rise, right? So if we've got 20-foot storm surge right at the coast and you live a mile inland, and there's some cases where, depending on exactly where you are in the geography of the area, there's some cases where you're still going to see the majority of that water rise. But once again, this is what we're concerned about. Even in the areas where we don't see 20 feet, right? 15 feet, 10 feet, that's going to be enough to cause significant damage. As far south as Tampa could be dealing with 5 to 8 feet. As far as north and west as Panama City and areas like Destin could be dealing with some storm surge as well. But hopefully on the lower side. But it's possible that we see some areas that get 3 to 5 feet in those areas. Even as far out as into southeastern portions of Georgia and South Carolina, even you guys could be dealing with up to 3 feet of storm surge. That's how large the wind field's going to be here. All right, I'm going to show you another graphic here. This was requested forever ago from Derek Baker. Once again, thank you, Derek, for the very generous contribution. Didn't have to do that. And I see yours too, Roger Davidson. Thank you so much for that. I'm trying to get to as many of these as I possibly can. Tropical storm force wind probabilities pretty much guaranteed for the majority of everyone in Florida. Tropical storm force winds are going to be possible there. 90% chance, I guess, right around the landfall area up into southwestern Georgia. Now, hurricane wind speed, the probabilities are a little bit lower, but this kind of gives you an idea of where the strongest winds are going to be possible. And also, this is not for the entire duration of the storm, right? So this is where we expect the strongest winds to happen with this storm, right in through here. And then if you missed it earlier, we talked about the rain The rain associated with this storm is going to be off the charts. We have a high risk of excessive rainfall and flash flooding in several different portions of the Appalachian Mountains in North Carolina, Georgia, and South Carolina, and down into the panhandle of Florida. We expect devastating flooding to happen in some of these areas, and it's likely going to be flooding of the likes we haven't seen in a very long time, especially up there in the some of the foothills areas. So keep that in mind. If you live in a flood prone area and you are anywhere in a red, orange, or yellow zone, you've got to be paying attention to the weather over the next couple of days, even if you're not in a spot that might be too awfully concerned about the wind, right? This is going to have a lot of other threats associated with it, a lot of other problems associated with it outside of just the wind, and this is one of them. Another one is the tornado threat. Savannah, Georgia. Beaufort, Beaufort, Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, all the way down to Kingsland, Brunswick, Darien, and as far back inland as Waycross, Georgia. You guys are under an enhanced risk of severe weather tomorrow as the hurricanes coming into view, as the spiral bands are kind of like flying over Florida, up through the Atlantic, up along the coast of the southeastern side of Georgia. We're going to have several chances of seeing tropical tornadoes. There's some places here that'll be under probably multiple tornado warnings tomorrow as these beads of rotating storms come over the same areas over and over again. So keep that in mind anywhere in the orange area, but also the yellow as well. I think that it wouldn't be crazy if we saw a couple of tornadoes across the peninsula of Florida all the way up into South Carolina. Go ahead, Andy.
Exactly, Ryan. Yep, and I'll be here covering that area as intensely as possible tomorrow. My eyes will be glued to that while doing the occasional, hurricane info drop that this good system we have going, I think. And in light of that, what we're dealing with now in terms of that system are a couple of things, just to cover all of bases here. All the way in western North Carolina, but closer to the Boone area, which is north into Avery County, well north of I-40 and well to the northeast of Asheville, to give you some guidance. There is a storm headed towards Boone and Blowing Rock. However, all of the rotation that we're able to see with the storm is very high up in the storm and is also not showing up truthfully in the lower levels. It's what we call side lobe contamination. So that's why there is no tornado warning on that, despite maybe some of you might have seen it with, from any resource. There is no tornado warning on that at the moment because National Weather Service Greenville Spartanburg is very smart and sees that that rotation is not exactly true to what's happening with the storm at the surface. So no tornado warning with that as it stands. We'll try to watch and see if it warrants one in the near future because it is rather far away from the radar. And with our other storms, one passing, a supercell passing through the eastern portions of Asheville right now, does have some tight rotation with it that you can see again on the third tilt of velocity scans to get a better idea of what we're looking at here over the mountain peaks from the radar. I think it's the best that it's looked, but I do not think that it is doing anything. It might have some cool, scary looking clouds with it at the moment, though. If you are anywhere in the Asheville area or on Tunnel Road or on I-240, you may be able to see that something sus going on with the clouds there, to put it lightly. So I don't see that warranting a tornado warning, but just in case that continues to tighten up there in Buncombe County, if there is a warning issued, it would be going to the northeast out of the population, and that would be the reason why it's issued.
Okay, thank you very much. Guys, meteorologist Andy Hill is going to be instrumental in our coverage here, not only this evening, but also tomorrow, because I really do think we're going to hit a point where it's going to get a little all over the place. I think we're already going to be dealing with some major flooding at some point during the live stream tomorrow. I think that we're obviously going to be dealing with the landfall and the storm surge and the storm chasers and all that stuff. And then on top of that, we're going to have a system that is capable of producing tornadoes in a similar fashion to how the kind of systems that we would normally just cover just for tornadoes, right? And that's a lot in and of itself. So we're we're going to have a lot of things happening tomorrow, so we're very grateful to have Andy pulling our attention over to those spinning storms, just like he's doing right now. So over here in North Carolina, keep your guard up. Even though there's no warnings right now for that specific area, just know we're watching it. Where we do have warnings is still in West Virginia. We got a couple tornado warnings right now. Hillsboro, West Virginia. You got to take shelter if you haven't already. Let's see here. What else? Thanks, Colton, for being a member for 32 months. 32. Thank you. Tyler, graphic request. Watches and warnings, experimental cone. Yeah, that should be ready now. Click here for the new experiment. Oh my goodness. That is, that is something you don't see every day. Wow. So the new experimental forecast cone is interesting because it shows the inland warnings. The old one only shows like the warnings right along the coast. So everyone in the red is under a hurricane warning. I don't know, Riley, I don't know if you have the ability, or whoever's on here, I don't know if you have the ability to look and see how far inland hurricane warnings have went with previous storms, but this has got to be up there. It's not every day that you're in central Georgia and you're under a hurricane warning. Now, don't get me wrong. We've had tropical storms. We had strong storms take this path before. But we expect it to be a full-blown hurricane still at 1 a.m. Friday, well into central Georgia. So we also have tropical storm warnings almost up into Tennessee. It wouldn't be surprising, if we saw a Pigeon Forge tropical storm warning at some point here. The entire state of South Carolina, the entire state of Georgia under tropical storm warnings, and then you've got that large area of hurricane warning. So we're going to have a hurricane well inland here and a tropical storm all the way up to the Appalachian Mountains. So this is going to be a very high impact storm for millions of people here. And it's not just the coastal areas, although that's where it's going to be the worst. Let's see here. Shane Morris. Well, if it isn't the Oprah Winfrey of weather himself. Shane, I remember you. Thanks for that, man. Mary, thanks for being here. Will South Florida get any effects from the storm? Yeah. South Florida, you're getting effects right now. We've got some of those outer bands already prompting some tornado warnings. And it's going to be storming pretty much from the moment it starts storming and raining in Florida. If it hasn't started already yet for you, it's just going to deteriorate until it's over. The storm is huge. There's going to be a point in time where the entire state of Florida is experiencing some sort of significant weather from this system. And a lot of you are going to have to deal with this for almost, 24 to 36 hours from start to finish. And Gary's been here for 31 months. Thank you, Gary. And the lights are orange. That means Elijah's here with some news. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I do not have a way to actually check for how far watches and warnings went inland with some of the previous hurricanes. However, if you look in the stream text channel, there are 5 of the recent major hurricanes, their wind fields. So the places that had recorded tropical storm force winds and hurricane force winds, including Ian, Ida, Michael, Irma, and Harvey. So that kind of will answer some partial part of the questions of how big were hurricanes. This kind of shows the wind fields for some of those. Okay.
Thank you very much, Elijah. Thank you for being here. We'll hear from him quite a bit over the next couple of days as well. So this is we all remember Ian, right? A tropical storm and hurricane force wind swaths from Ian. Pretty large area there. And also we had a pretty bad problem with storm surge with Ian as well. So that's another thing to think about there. And then this is going to be Ida. So let me show you another one here. Irma. So you can kind of see that, like, what we're currently dealing with, the current tropical storm wind field that we were looking at earlier, is very large. It's up there with some of the largest we've ever had, and that's going to lead to a lot of problems. First of all, just a lot of people are going to have to deal with the winds, right? Even tropical storm force winds way down there in Miami, it's going to cause some sort of disruption. But like, that's going to be possible from Miami all the way up towards the western panhandle of Florida. And then the more central you are to the Big Bend area, the worse it's going to be, obviously. And it also has terrible implications for storm surge. So if you're just now tuning in, this is our last glimpse at Hurricane Helene before the sun sets. We're not going to be able to see it through visible satellite anymore. We'll obviously still be able to see it through infrared, but the sun is setting, and when it rises tomorrow, it's likely going to look a lot more intense than what we see right here. Once again, this is the official forecast, 2 a.m. So we're talking 8 hours from now. This is going to be a 110 mile per hour category 2 hurricane. Next thing you know, 2 p.m. tomorrow, 132 mile per hour category 4 hurricane. And then it's not out of the question. We don't have an official forecast plot here. It's not out of the question that this becomes a high end category 4, or maybe even a category 5 hurricane before making landfall somewhere between Panama City, Apalachicola, and the areas just to the south and east of Tallahassee. And of course, we all know what that means. A category 5 hurricane it's going to lead to severe damage, widespread damage, in the form just from the winds. First of all, like, we're going to see extreme wind damage from this, likely wherever it makes landfall. But the big problem for most people, because the 130, 140 mile per hour winds, whatever that is, that's going to happen in a relatively small area. The biggest problem for most people is going to be the storm surge, I think, and also just the incredible tropical storm to hurricane force storm effects that happen in a large area outside of the core of the storm. So yeah, Hurricane Helene expected to be category 4 tomorrow around the time we start the stream. Some people are asking about models. We will take a look at those just to see what's up. So yeah, let's do that now. This is the latest HAFSA model. This one's been a little bit robust. I don't know how we should take that yet or not, because so far the official forecast has incrementally increased over time, right? A lot of times we see those models and we kind of are a little bit conservative with our forecasts. I believe that's still happening, because the HAFSA here, which is a really good model, everybody that works at the National Hurricane Center, all of your favorite meteorologists, everybody's looking at this thing to aid in their forecast for the hurricane. It's showing a pretty dire situation, a pretty bad situation here. As early as tomorrow, or around 5 a.m., we're talking about that 130 mile per hour wind speeds. This actually shows a period of time right before landfall with 157 to 160 mile per hour winds at the 10 meter level. So this is essentially showing a category 5 storm. And it does show landfall happening on the eastern side of that cone. And that's just one model. It's not necessarily going to be the case, but I want you to pay attention to the size of the wind field, right? So our 150 mile per hour winds, that's crazy, right? That's pretty locked in around the core. But look at this, 5 p.m. tomorrow, as far south and west as Naples, you could be dealing with 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. Tampa, 60 to 70 mile per hour sustained winds. And that's going to be happening for several hours. as the storm eventually moves up into the land area. So, Riley, what do you got for us?
Hey Ryan, so I know one of the things we've been talking about and just looking at the models there is, hey, this thing's going to strengthen. And actually, one of the things that we just got in here a couple minutes ago is the hurricane hunters. When we got our last advisory, that was advisory number 10, we are at 978 millibars, and now we are at 975 millibars. So that is a 3 millibar difference. And one thing that I sort of want to clear out here before we get too deep into this coverage is millibars cannot actually be directly associated with the hurricane's category. I know that out there, if you Google it, millibars to category, there is some sort of list that says, hey, this many millibars is a category blank hurricane. That's not particularly true. That's not exactly how that works. So just remember, we're really only looking at this in terms of, hey, is this thing strengthening? Because, of course, as the pressure drops, that means that it's strengthening. It's not what category is this.
Okay. Thank you very much, Riley. Reminding us to take a look at the hurricane hunters and the stuff that they're finding. We've got looks like 2 or 3 active missions right now. But you can see we just had one take off from Lakeland, Florida. We'll watch this one in real time as it sends back its readings. And then we've had our first pass from this flight right here just not too long ago. The highest wind speeds at the low level flight level, it so far has been 82. 0.9 miles per hour. But I think that once this makes another pass, you'll see the plane move like this. Once it goes through this area of convection, we'll probably find some reason
tornado warning
to potentially upgrade this to a Category 2 hurricane. So this plane right here is going to be probably the determining factor for the next update, on top of whatever we get from this one as well. So these are live missions that are happening right now. Hurricane hunters going into the storm and sending back data about what they're finding. And we just got another tornado warning. So let's go over there and check that out in West Virginia. It's this little storm that could, and it still looks pretty intense. The rotation is there, man. Hillsboro, you're under a tornado warning. This is for Pocahontas County, West Virginia. Take shelter if you're in Marlinton, Edgeray, Huntersville, or Brushy Mountain. This is a strong storm capable of producing a tornado, moving right for you. It's going to expire at 6:45. And the rotation is there. We haven't had any reports. It's not a confirmed tornado or anything like that, but it definitely looks like it could be producing a tornado here. It's just north of the Mill Run campsite right now, the rotating part of the storm, and it's moving up in the general direction of the Dixie Elementary School and Marlinton. So yeah, if you're just now tuning in, once again, fill the chat up with questions, and I've answered, like, I know we probably had 300, and I've answered 3, but we're going to continue to monitor the chat. Let's see here. There we go. All right. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, one pretty good question that I saw is anticipating the progression of the system when it's well inland, maybe even a few days out from now, Saturday and Sunday. They're seeing the cone that you're showing from the National Hurricane Center and how it kind of just stops once it gets to the southern Midwest. And they're wondering, why does it just kind of just stall out there? And it's because the thing that is steering this hurricane that's about to rocket it north into the Big Bend, Florida, there toward Tallahassee, is an upper level low, or cutoff low pressure system that exists in the southeast states and is coming together as we speak. That's going to rocket it up north, and then it's going to kind of slingshot around the north side of it, following that cone that the National Hurricane Center has out. And those two things, those two different low pressures, the one that's over the southeast states now and the one that's coming up in the form of a hurricane, are kind of just going to coexist and mingle right there. And that's going to stall them out because there's no other driving force coming in that's going to steer them out to the north and east with a jet stream or anything like that. So for a few days, the storm will follow that path and stall out right there in the where the Ohio River meets the Mississippi, I'm pretty sure, southern Illinois and western Kentucky, and that will lead to quite possibly a widespread flooding concern in those areas. Not as much of a wind concern at all because it'll be a tropical depression or almost just a remnants of Helene, right, at that point. So our main concern there would be the rainfall.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. And speaking of the winds, I want to go through. I know we got a lot of people watching inland, like pretty far inland. Obviously, the majority of the population that will be impacted by this storm is not right along the coast. It is important that we spend a lot of time talking about that, though, because this is going to be a catastrophic situation for some people that take a direct hit from this storm. It's inevitable at this point. So we've got to do our due diligence for them. But I do want to make sure that we're talking about everybody as well. So let's go back over here to the models and just follow the storm farther inland, right? Here we are tomorrow at 11 p.m. Eastern. We are still going to be dealing with hurricane force sustained winds likely in southern Georgia. But watch what happens here as we go forward. Even though we're still looking at those hurricane force winds, probably at this point, just south of Atlanta, wind gusts. The wind field and everything, the wind gusts and the intensity, it's going down, right? So the winds stop becoming as much of a problem once you get past Atlanta. But don't get me wrong. There's going to be places in Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina that definitely see damaging winds. So keep that in mind. It's just not going to be as much of a widespread problem especially once you get past Atlanta. But tomorrow or Friday at 2 a.m., the vast majority of southern Georgia is going to be dealing with tropical storm force wind gusts. Some places will be seeing some hurricane force sustained winds. And then once this gets past the Appalachian Mountains, the wind field actually spreads out a little bit more, but it's not nearly as intense as what we were talking about earlier. There's some places in Kentucky that might see some 30 to 40 mile per hour, maybe 50 mile per hour wind gusts intermittently, but the big problem becomes rain. And that's what I want to show you now as well. Let's look at the simulated radar, right? So as the storm comes inland, we're going to be talking about extremely heavy rain, honestly, from right now until late in the day on Friday. So if you are experiencing heavy rain right now in the mountains of North Carolina, South Carolina, up into northeastern Georgia, it's probable that it's not going to stop raining in any meaningful capacity for a while. And that's one of the reasons why we expect the big flooding, right? The rain's going to increase in intensity over time. Probably the heaviest rain will occur on Friday. But it's going to be raining from now until it's over late in the day on Friday. Also, we expect that rain to be happening in southeastern Alabama, Georgia, up into South Carolina and North Carolina during that same time period. But watch what happens on the southeastern side of the storm here after the storm makes landfall, especially. This is a part of what we have to watch out for the potential tornadoes. On top of that, we're going to be talking about feeder bands that are coming in off of the coast like this as well. There's going to be a couple different places that we have to watch, honestly, for the potential for tornadoes. But it all kind of culminates right around here. And then look at how large it gets. Look at how everything fans out. We're going to be having rain in Chicago from this storm, while also still having some potential tornado problems and just general severe weather problems associated with the Hurricane Helene in Myrtle Beach. So it's a very large storm, and it is going to lead to some extended periods of heavy rain over here in the Ohio River Valley and the upper part of the Mississippi River Valley as well. But thankfully, over time, it does kind of dwindle. So I really do think that the people who need to be most concerned about the rainfall are going to be right here along the Appalachian Mountains, because all of this moisture, it wants to go farther, right? This wants to be a much bigger rainstorm over here, but all of that moisture is getting raked out of the sky essentially by the mountains, and that's all going to come down into the valleys and cause tons of problems. So this is the progression of what the storm could look like. NAM, predicts landfall a little bit later than some of the other models, but you can see that it's going to be a widespread, long duration event for a lot of people. Let's come back over here to the satellite, and I'm going to try to focus my attention on chat for just a second here before we got to go cover something else, because I see a lot of y'all are asking questions. First of all, Fisherman's Corner and Lull in the Storm, super huge shout out to you guys. 20 gifted memberships each. Everybody say thank you to them. That's awesome. That's super supportive. AJL says, thanks for the coverage. Much love from Wisconsin. Thank you for the generosity. You didn't have to do that. Robert Thornton says, my buds in West Virginia experiencing the worst drought in years, especially from Charleston to Huntington. Do you see this storm at least putting a dent into the drought? Unfortunately, no. One of the things that we keep talking about is the Appalachian Mountains raking all the moisture out, right? Well, unfortunately, that's happening on the wrong side. So all of this rainfall that's going to be happening over here in North Carolina was potential rainfall, I guess, for the drought-ridden areas of West Virginia up into Pennsylvania and Ohio. But like all that rain it's just going to be falling on the other side of the mountains. So no, this is not going to bring any sort of meaningful drought relief to the places that need it most. Especially, I know there's a hot spot right there in West Virginia into southeastern portions of Ohio. You guys are in a terrible drought. This is going to bring some rain. It's going to bring several days of dreariness and just lots of moisture in the air, but it's not going to be drought busting by any means. Let's see here. What else we got? Jeff Piotrowski on Twitter is saying that hotels and apartments just southwest of Tampa are being evacuated. Let's see here. Gosh, there's so much. Go ahead, Riley. Or Elijah, sorry. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. So we do have one reported tornado so far today over in North Carolina. Around 4 p.m., the chief meteorologist for WCNC reported a tornado near Rutherfordton, mouthful there, North Carolina, in a really small community. There is video evidence of that. I will make sure we get that retweeted out, but it does look like that was a very clear tornado. So there has been one tornado so far caused by the outer rain bands so far.
Okay, thank you very much, Elijah. So we are dealing with tornado. Like, we're already dealing with the impacts from Hurricane Helene. We're having tornadoes, flash flooding. We're probably going to see several more tornado warnings tonight. Once again, it starts right now. And it ends not until much farther into the weekend. So that's why we're here. Dustin Waltman says, I've got a picture of a tornado on the ground between Marion and Rutherfordton, North Carolina. So yeah, that's the one that we're talking about here. And I'm seeing that picture as well. I don't know if it's your picture, but I'm seeing a picture on Twitter, and we'll retweet that right now. Brad Panovich. If you live over there, you're familiar with him. But Dustin, if you want to send that to us, the best way to do that is on Twitter or X. I'm working on a much better way of doing that. But of course, it's not ready just yet. All right, so we've got a couple of updates from our hurricane hunters. If you're just now tuning in, we're tracking these planes that are flying through the hurricane right now. All right. And the reason they're out there is because, Brad Arnold, our storm chaser, Caleb Beecham, we don't have the ability to send them out on boats and jet skis this far just yet. So we need airplanes to go out there to tell us what's going on. And that's what we're doing. We're tracking these hurricane hunters live here. We're compiling the information about the data that they're receiving. And maybe Riley actually might have something to say about that. Or what do you got, Riley?
I actually don't have information about the hurricane hunters because we're still waiting on them to make the second pass through the eye. But I have just a general observation about the hurricane as a whole. Earlier today, we had some issues with dry air making it in through the backside of the hurricane. But if you scroll in there and look at the northern portion of that potential eye, there is a nice new tower going up there. And that is kind of signaling to me that, hey, we're done struggling with dry air. And this is when our period of rapid intensification is going to start.
Yep, I think you're right. So once again, y'all, right now we have a tornado
has been issued.
I'm sorry. Well, we have a tornado warning, but we have a hurricane as well. And literally 12 hours from now, it's going to look completely different. We're going to watch this explosion happen within the storm over the next several hours. And it should be a quite the sight to see. If the forecasts are right, the rapid intensification that's about to take place here is going to be, it's not something that you see every day. So this might be the first big explosion that we see that ends up leading to what we will eventually know as Hurricane Helene. All right, let's go check in on that latest warning. Once again, a tornado warning is in effect for Georgia. This one is just to the south of Norman's Park. Norman Park, Georgia, you're under a tornado warning. This is Colquitt County. This is a weather spotters reported seeing a funnel cloud. So this one right here might be the real deal. So once again, we want you to take shelter if you're in Norman Park, Georgia, or if you're up there a little bit closer to Cool Springs. You guys are also included in this. So weather spotters reported a funnel cloud just moments ago, and now we've got ourselves a tornado warning that includes Highway 479 and 319 near Norman Park, Georgia. RJG says your coverage is trustworthy and in-depth. Thank you, RJ. You didn't have to do that. Thank you. K Camp, thanks for becoming a member. Here is an interesting video from National Weather Service in Miami of one of the large outer bands of Hurricane Helene that continues to move across portions of our area. So this is one of those outer bands that's coming in that's actually sparking a couple of tornado warnings already. We've had a couple of those in the Key West area. And it's also just bringing about unsettled weather across a lot of Florida. This is just the appetizer, though. I think things are going to deteriorate quite quickly overnight tonight and into the day tomorrow, obviously. Once again, I'm just looking at all of this stuff. There's a lot of stuff. Okay, so if you're just now tuning in, the National Hurricane Center. So first of all, we're zoomed in on a tornado warning right now, and that's part of the coverage today. If you're in Colquitt County, Georgia, we need you to take shelter. But we're also trying to get people prepared for the hurricane. Hurricane Helene will make landfall tomorrow as a potentially catastrophic hurricane for some people and a detrimental hurricane for many others. The National Hurricane Center is forecasting an unsurvivable storm surge of up to 20 feet for Hurricane Helene for the Big Bend of Florida area. Okay. And that's their words, not mine. An unsurvivable storm surge of up to 20 feet. So keep that in mind. Anywhere in the Big Bend area, you have got to really pay attention here. Hopefully we're evacuating, right? We've got evacuation orders for those counties, especially along the coast, but all the way back to the Georgia border now, we're starting to hear about those evacuation orders. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, and to supplement that information, what exactly storm surge is for those who are uninitiated with it. Storm surge is literally just the water that should not be there inland. It should not be there. It is the height of that water. Waves can still occur on top of the storm surge, so there are additional impacts, with the up to 15 or higher greater feet of storm surge. You can still have waves on top of that storm surge that would progress the water flow inland and cause additional impacts. So surge is just one component of the saltwater flooding that will occur here as it heads inland into the Big Bend area, and waves on top of that, because it will be rough and rowdy weather, there will be waves on top of it. So I just wanted to clarify what exactly surge is and what to expect on top of the surge.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We've got lots of people in here. Thank you for tuning in. If you are just now tuning in, please consider, because we're going to be here for a little while longer, answering questions, going over the latest information. We're tracking these hurricane hunter flights. What's next? Every single piece of data that we get in from those hurricane hunters is going to help us understand what's going to happen next. What's the forecast? Is it going to shift? Are we talking about an increased potential intensity landfall? All those questions are going to be answered probably as we go through this evening. So that's what we're doing. We're just watching and we're waiting and we're answering questions and we're trying to cover as much as possible. Also, while we're doing that, we have tornado warnings. We got one in West Virginia. We got one in Georgia, and we're going to be going back and forth between those over the next little bit. Huge shout out to AJL123 for the major contribution of 50 gifted memberships. So thank you, AJL, and congratulations to everybody that just got a free membership. That's awesome. The tall one. Thank you so much for that, man. Thank you. CNA, or can you tell me how bad Fort Stewart, Virginia will get hit? So that's the thing. Can I tell you? I can give you a decent idea. So Fort Stewart, Georgia, your main thing that you've got to be worried about is going to be the tornado threat tomorrow. Okay. So if you're in the southeastern Georgia over there, we expect a lot of rain. We expect the outside bands of this hurricane. But the biggest problem that you're going to have with that is going to be the potential problems that we have with hurricanes. Let me show you the SPC graphics one more time here. This is for tomorrow. Enhanced risk of severe weather down there in near Savannah, Georgia, and of course where you guys are near Hinesville. That is driven by a tornado risk, a 10% probability of a tornado tomorrow within 25 miles of any given point in the yellow, 5% in the brown, 2% that's green. So you guys are in the 10% there, and basically it doesn't sound like a lot, 10%, right? However, 90% of the time, or 99% of the time, every day when you wake up and you go about your day, there's nearly a 0% chance. So, we're orders of magnitude greater chance of a tornado tomorrow than usual. So we've got to pay attention. and this is associated with a tropical system, so those are going to be really low. They're probably going to be there's going to be lots of rain involved. You're not going to be able to see them. Sometimes they're really fast moving, so it'll be an extra dangerous situation for the tornadoes. So we're going to be keeping you updated on that all day tomorrow. We'll be live for the majority of the day tomorrow, and I think that's the number one thing that you've got to look out for there.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
And that's Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham out there in Hall Force 1. We're going to be hearing from him a lot tomorrow too. But let's talk to him. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, Ryan, I just wanted to jump in and give you a quick update on kind of my plans for right now, what I'm doing. I'm actually heading back to the north side of Tallahassee where we have our Airbnb to pick up our 2 surge probes that we have with us. I just got permission from a couple of homeowners down in Shell Point to actually deploy the probes on the top of their 3-story hurricane houses. So these houses are designed to be able to withstand Category 5 hurricanes. So these will get them up above the storm surge and hopefully not allow it to be affected by any significant water, but we should be able to have a really solid view of any sort of storm surge that comes into that community tomorrow.
All right. Sounds good. Once again, we've got Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham out there in our Hall Force 1. We put together this vehicle that should allow us to see what's going on in the hurricane very well tomorrow. He's got the rooftop camera, storm surge, probes. He's going to be strapping them to palm trees and on top of houses. And we're going to have a lot of, we're going to be able to see the storm happen from every angle. That's a big part of hurricane coverage for us, is hopefully everybody is evacuating, right? And now we can be your eyes and ears to allow you to understand what's happening, so you don't have to be there. You know what I mean? There's going to be a bunch of storm chasers involved in this. Obviously, we want everybody to be safe, so I don't think anybody's going to be in the 20-foot storm surge. That's why we're putting the probes on top of houses, so we can still even monitor that while we deal with all the other things associated with this as well. Tammy, thank you for that. Bo, thank you. Timeless, can you give me an outlook for Georgia? Everywhere's telling me different things. Man, Georgia, if you're in southern Georgia, we are concerned about the rain. Honestly, if you're anywhere in Georgia, we're concerned about the flash flooding potential. The winds are going to be a bigger problem the farther south and west you go. So if you live near the Florida-Georgia line, especially the closer to Tallahassee you get, we are concerned about an extended period of tropical storm to hurricane force winds. That's going to cause power outages. That's going to cause downed trees. It's going to cause a lot of problems. And then, of course, we have the flooding on top of that. 6 to 10 inches of rain is possible in a corridor from southwestern Georgia up to northeastern Georgia. Some places will get more than that. And that is also going to lead to problems on its own. Additionally, throw those two things together, right? Throw 6 to 8 inches of rain to a forested area, and then add a 70 or 80 mile an hour wind gust on top of that. Trees come down a lot easier that way. They're sticks sitting in mush at that point. So the Georgia, that's what we're expecting for Georgia. And I'll go a little bit more in depth with that as we look at the simulated radar here again in the near future. But right now, we're just going to kind of stick with our broad view here. And I'm going to continue to read some of these questions. Once again, AJL123 with was that another one? With another 50 gifted. Wow. Everybody say thank you to AJL123. That's huge. And congratulations to everybody that's now a member. Aussie, thanks for joining. Liz the Vampire says, thanks to the pilots that go out and collect the data from the hurricane. Yes, absolutely. Those guys are They're awesome. And we really wouldn't know anything about this if it wasn't for them. The chances that a storm hits a buoy just right is low. And then on top of that, we've just got satellite data, which satellite is a lot. A lot of times that's a lot of what we use, but getting those pressure readings and the wind speeds and stuff from inside the storm is invaluable information. And that's what the hurricane hunters do. Speaking of hurricane hunters, let's throw them up. Let's just see if there's any updates from our 2 flights that are out right now. This one right here is about to make its second pass into the strongest part of the storm. Earlier, it found some 82.9 mile per hour winds and also some decently low pressure readings as well. But I think the second pass is going to tell a lot more about the storm as it's going right through that lowest area of pressure. And then this one's getting really close as well, so we're going to watch it. Currently, we have 2 tornado warnings. One of those is in West Virginia. The other one's in Georgia. Neither of those are confirmed tornado warnings. They are radar indicated tornado warnings. The moment we have some sort of update about, if anything's changed, we'll let you know. But right now, we just need you to get in your safe spot. If you're in Colquitt County, Georgia, or over there to the east of Pocahontas, West Virginia. Who's this governor? Governor Glenn Youngkin. Apparently there's already a state of emergency in advance of Hurricane Helene for portions of Virginia, the state of Virginia. We urge everyone to stay informed through trusted resources and follow the direction of your local officials. So, once again, we're having a very large area affected here. Where is this, Chandra? Like, is there a warning associated with this? So this is from resortcams.com. Tons of cabin resorts up and down the Appalachian Mountains. Live camera from near Blowing Rock, North Carolina, of a storm coming in. So this is one of the storms that is not necessarily prompting a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning just yet. But it is still causing some problems out there with the gusty winds. Lots of special weather statements currently in this area. There is one severe thunderstorm warning in North Carolina, and that is for the Blowing Rock area. Boone is also included in that, and then so is Todd. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:30 Eastern. And that's what it looks like. Live view of it right there above my head. 1 inch in diameter hail is possible. Some places that have yet to be hit by the strong winds and the hail that are getting ready to be hit include the Sterling Creek Park and the Goshen Creek Campground, and of course the Mountaineer Golf Center. And that's going to be for Watauga and Johnson. So Watauga County, North Carolina, Johnson County, Tennessee. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. We did have a tornado. Man, I had my eye on this one for so long, too. This was an unwarned tornado. It had one of those split velocity signatures here in northwest of Cleveland, South Carolina, right near the state line of South and North Carolina there. Pretty much just passing right on the foothills in forested areas. I think that just might have literally gone up a mountainside, if I'm not wrong. And it did have a large CC drop with it. So that was a tree-eating tornado. More than likely, is still ongoing, but is probably on the weaker side, given what we're looking at there with rotation. But you can play back those last few frames. I had this up and I looked through literally every radar site, came back to it, and there was a huge blue blob of a lowered CC right on my screen, a tornado debris signature. So that is a completely unwarned tornado that's been going on for about 3 or 4 minutes now through forested areas. If they do decide to issue a warning with that, which they absolutely should, then it may go out to include parts of northern Greenville County in South Carolina and into Henderson County and Polk counties in North Carolina.
All right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing our attention down here to near Cleveland, South Carolina, right near the border there with North Carolina. We're watching this area here, Flat Rock, Mount Olivet, Mountain Valley, Zirconia, Jeter Mountain Terrace. All of these places, you're not under a tornado warning. However, you've got a storm coming that has likely produced a tornado and it will continue to be capable of producing a tornado. So consider, taking precautions. Okay, y'all watch out. And we'll see if they issue that warning. We'll be the first to let you know here within seconds of that happening. Once again, Flat Rock is in the path there. The Bell Mountain Airport, that's probably on top of a mountain somewhere or on top of a hill at least. So you probably, if imagine you were there and you look to the south and west, you'd probably see whatever this is that's coming up towards you there. So get ready in Flat Rock, just south and east of Hendersonville, North Carolina. Very strong storm. And we do have a live camera from Hendersonville that we're going to put up as well. So if this continues to be a problem, we will show you whatever it is that we can. Super huge shout out to ALJ123 once again, and also resortcams.com and everybody else that's helped us out. Guys, we've spent the past 3 months compiling a database of now over 30,000 live streaming cameras all across the United States. And it's going to be hard for a tornado to escape our view. I think even today, like in rural Appalachia here, we've not had a problem finding some way of looking at the storm as it comes in. So that's something that we've been working on to enhance our tornado coverage in the future. 30,000. And it's all thanks to places like resortcams.com and other sources. And, of course, Radar Omega and the Cyclone Ports. By the way, still super huge fans of Radar Omega here. We highly recommend that you, if you're looking for a radar app, that's the one that I would get. And we'll probably talk more about them tomorrow. And Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham, he's in there. Like, his icon's in there right now. You can watch his stream in the app. Okay, sweet. Awesome. All right, so if you are just now tuning in, we no longer have any tornado warnings, but we are watching a couple of storms that look awfully suspicious. We're concerned about the Hendersonville areas and areas just south of there in North Carolina. We're also watching a strong storm in North Carolina approaching Boone and Todd with some strong winds and some large hail. Additionally, on top of all of that, we're watching the developing Hurricane Helene. And by the end of this stream, it's almost certainly going to be a Category 2. Tomorrow when you wake up, it'll be a Category 3. At some point during the day, tomorrow it'll be a Category 4. And there's a possibility, unfortunately, that this becomes a Category 5 hurricane and makes landfall in the Big Bend area of Florida tomorrow. Let's see here. So also for anybody just now tuning in, just another just general overview of what we're talking about here. I want to hit all of the key messages as I pull the satellite back up. We're about to get a lot of really interesting data, I think, from our hurricane hunters, so we're going to zone in on that. But first, a catastrophic. So this is the key messages for Hurricane Helene, the last advisory that came in. A catastrophic and deadly storm surge is likely along portions of the Florida Big Bend coast, where inundation could reach as high as 20 feet above the ground, along with destructive waves on top of that. And here we go. We'll get right back to that because now we have a confirmed tornado warning in Georgia. So this is the storm that we were just talking about. Before we went to North Carolina, there was a warning in Georgia for Colquitt County. Now we've got that same storm. We've got a warning for Colquitt and Tilt and Worth counties in Georgia. We want you to take shelter now. Law enforcement confirmed the tornado. That's the Georgia Highway Patrol. It looks like we've got a tornado potentially on the ground here north of Norman Park. So we need you to take shelter. If you are in Norman Park or anywhere to the north there, Scooterville and Excelsior are in the path of this thing. It's probably going to go just to the east of the Oak Ridge Plantation Airport. This is a confirmed tornado warning. Tift County, not Tilt, my bad. Tornado was located near Norman Park or 11 miles north and east of Moultrie, moving north at 15 miles per hour. So honestly, the velocity doesn't look too impressive here. So we're really dependent on that report from the law enforcement agent as far as like where the tornado might be. Obviously, it's going to be somewhere down here just to the north of Norman Park, and it's pretty easy to kind of interpolate where the next places that it'll go. It's Scooterville, the Highway 256 corridor up to Pine Hill. And once again, that's mostly going to be taking place to the east of the Oak Ridge Plantation Airport. So keep that in mind and take shelter if you're in Colquitt, Tift, or Worth counties in Georgia. And once again, that's one of probably several tornado warnings that we'll see this afternoon or this evening. We've already seen a bunch. And these storms are rotating, so we're probably going to see more. Already this evening as well, we're going to be dealing with some major flooding issues, unfortunately. Extreme rain rates from surge ahead of Helene for the rest of the evening. So that's going to be from Macon, Georgia, all the way down to Tallahassee. Extreme rainfall rates possible here. Another thing that another record that the storm might try to break is just certain thresholds for precipitable water values. Because of how warm the Gulf of Mexico is, all of these storms that have been coming out of the Gulf have just been carrying an unprecedented amount of moisture with them. So we're going to see very, very high precipitable water amounts with these storms. So, you know, you've been in a tropical storm before, you've been in a heavy tropical downpour before. The rainfall rates that we could see with some of these storms is going to be much higher than what you would typically see with even tropical kind of storms. So rainfall is going to be a big problem. Flash flooding is going to be a huge problem. Make sure if you live in a flood prone area, you're taking action now, because it's going to go south pretty fast. So we've got 1 tornado warning right now, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. One of those is still up in the state of Washington. The other one's the storm that we are watching live right now through our cameras there near Boone, North Carolina. It is a similar path to Michael, a little bit farther to the east likely, but it is similar, yeah. Give me just a moment here. I'm going to set this up. So our hurricane hunters have gotten really close to the center of the storm, but I've yet to see anything groundbreaking from the reports that are coming in. And speaking of Radar Omega, they are also out there along with Caleb putting out their own probes. And this is one of them, Mesovort number 1 in Perry, Florida. Already seeing some flooding just as a result of rainfall. And it's likely that this camera will be looking at lots more water tomorrow. So, yeah, it's already starting. When does the storm surge start? That'll be tomorrow. It'll be somewhat gradual, but the worst of it's going to happen right before, during, and shortly after landfall. That's something that we'll walk you through tomorrow. But hopefully, if you're in a place that could potentially receive 20 feet, like once again, potentially catastrophic and unsurvivable storm surge, hopefully you're not asking that question to try to mitigate risk while staying put. You definitely got to get inland. But yeah, we're going to have a lot of storm surge probes and cameras and ways to see where the water levels are. And that it'll start early tomorrow and then slowly become a bigger problem as we go throughout the day. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, we have the extrapolated pressure data from both of our hurricane hunter flights. So interestingly enough, before we get into the numbers, it seems like the second one that flew through just found the center at exactly where our advisory number 10 had stated that it was at just a couple of hours ago, and we had advisory number 10 issued. So it seems like the center of this hurricane is actually quite a bit further south and east, or south and west, than what we thought it was. And we are down to 974.5 millibars on the second plane and 974.6 on the first plane. And there was only about 10-15 minutes between those two data points. So it's definitely strengthening as we're seeing the difference in even just 10 to 15 minutes.
All right. Thank you so much, Riley. We're tracking these hurricane hunters live as they fly through the storm. They both just went through the center, and our pressure is dropping. So the lower that number gets, a lot of people, whenever we start talking about this, and Andy's already explained it a lot, if you don't care too much about the in-depth explanation of what this number means, just know that we're watching to see if it gets lower. All right, the lower that number, the deeper the pressure, the stronger the storm, the bigger the problem that we're going to have with storm surge, the bigger the problem that we're going to have with wind and all that stuff. So the pressure is dropping. We expect it to drop much faster than what it's dropping right now, overnight tonight into the day tomorrow. It has to if it's going to end up becoming a Category 4 hurricane. So this rapid intensification is going to start likely here soon, and we're going to see that number go down quite a bit over the next several hours. Let's see here. Yeah, so this light green area here, let me pause this. One of the reasons why we might not be seeing the rapid intensification just yet is because there is still some dry air that's sneaking its way into the center of the storm, keeping the robust convection that is happening from fully wrapping around the center and allowing it to do what it needs to do to undergo the rapid intensification process. That's not going to last forever, though. We're already seeing new convection forming here. We're already seeing a lot of signs indicating that this dry air wedge here is about to be closed off. And as soon as that happens, this thing's going to go, it's going to be like a rocket ship in terms of how quickly it lights up. Chris says, thanks for keeping us in the know. From North Carolina, y'all. No problem, Chris. We'll keep you updated. Speaking of North Carolina and South Carolina, here's the official storm total rainfall forecast from the Greenville Spartanburg Weather Forecast Office. And this is just, this might end up being one of the worst parts about this storm as far as the impact to people goes. I mean, and that's saying a lot, like a 20-foot catastrophic storm surge and potentially Category 5 winds. Like that's terrible. And that's definitely going to be a really bad part of the storm. But I need to make sure that we do everything we can to not understate the danger that comes along with this. 10 to 15 inches of rain in a very short amount of time around Asheville, North Carolina, is going to cause an unbelievable amount of problems. So this is also, like, unfortunately, you're not going to get hit by a hurricane up here in North Carolina, but you need to be acting and preparing as if that was the case. Like, you need to do something, especially if you live in a flood-prone area, to protect your life and property. You've got some lead time. The rain's already started. It's not going to stop. So just keep that in mind. Some places could see over 20 inches of rain, which, 20 inches of rain is a lot anywhere on earth, right? That's going to cause an unbelievable amount of problems anywhere that it happens. 20 inches of rain in the mountains, in the Appalachian Mountains, is a recipe for disaster, quite literally, because you put 20 inches of rain on the flat ground and you get flash flooding, right? Well, you imagine taking the same amount of rain over the plains or wherever, and then condensing that down into a valley. The mountains start acting as a funnel, and it's almost like 20 inches of rain is equivalent to 40 inches of rain in some of these places because of the way that the geography moves the water around. So it's just, I really do think that this is going to be a bad situation for our folks over here in North Carolina, around Newland, Burnsville, Marion, Asheville, down towards Brevard. Same thing for our folks in extreme northwestern South Carolina as well, near Seneca, Greenville, even some of the places near Greenville could see 6 to 8 inches of rain, and then even into northeastern portions of Georgia and the foothills there. Oh, and by the way, the last time that we gathered together and for a big hurricane, we had the shed. Okay, and that was actually a really good way to kind of keep track of the storm surge and the intensity of the storm. And Radar Omega has ensured that we have another shed for tomorrow's stream. So go ahead and get familiar with this shed. The location up there is wrong. We haven't updated the GPS capabilities yet with the mesovorts. But this is our shed for tomorrow. This one's actually, I think this one's near Horseshoe Beach, if I'm not mistaken. Is that the same? No, it's not. This is near Horseshoe Beach, if I'm not mistaken. And these things are strapped onto power poles. They've got backup cellular connectivity, satellite connectivity, backup battery. It's going to have to be one heck of a storm, and it's going to be before we lose connection with that camera. Here's another great graphic from the National Weather Service. These guys are pumping out bangers. Like the National Weather Service is the social media presence, I would say 10 years ago was not so great, and the messaging and stuff is a little bit too complex. But I think that this is great. Be on the highest floor of your home. People escaping floodwaters as a last resort need to not stay in the attic. You could become trapped. That's a really good point that maybe some people wouldn't think about. You want to get outside on top of the roof. You don't want to be inside under the roof. If you can make that happen. Move to a higher floor with windows. Bring your phone and supplies. Do not attempt to travel in flooded areas, obviously. Aaliyah has been here for 31 months. Thank you so much. That's big. Thanks to everybody for all the support. Well, what can Norfolk? I think that you guys at Pittsburgh, I think that you guys are fine for the most part. There's a little bit of a tornado threat later in the day tomorrow and maybe even early in the day on Friday, but I think that you guys are fine for the most part. Connor, thank you. Guys, keep the questions coming in chat. I'm looking at all of them. Some of them are real big and colorful, and they grab my attention, but I'm also reading between the lines here and trying to answer as many questions as possible. Like from... It's moving a little fast. Like from Geel, is this hurricane becoming Category 4? I didn't expect that. Yes, we do expect that this hurricane will become a Category 4 sometime tomorrow, and it may even make landfall as a Category 4 or higher. We've got an update from Riley. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, so I just did a little bit of data analysis of historical rain events in the South Carolina area. Of course, we were talking about how they're going to, or there's a part of South Carolina that could see as much as 24 inches of rain over a 3-day period. Now, the year is 2024. Everybody knows that, and it seems that this rain event is going to be a 1 in 2,500 year rain event, which means this is probably the first time in like 0 to 2024 that we have seen this rain event in anywhere in South Carolina.
Wow. So you hear that terminology quite often these days, just because we have so many different ways of measuring this. 100 years ago, we didn't know, for the most part, we didn't know how often a certain type of weather event happened, right? And so nobody talked about it. Now, there's really good ways of determining that kind of thing. And, you hear about the 100-year flood, the 200-year flood, the 500-year flood, 2,500, even when we're talking about like that kind of thing, like this, you don't hear that very often. So, and, it makes a lot of sense. I'm telling you right now, if we actually end up with 20 inches of rain anywhere, in the projected area up there in North Carolina or South Carolina, it's going to be, that'll be a flood that the people will talk about for the rest of their lives. Like that, unfortunately, that's the kind of situation that we're dealing with there. And probably beyond that. Billy, thank you for the 5 gifted. Connor, thank you. Man's on Mars, it looks like you're in that 15 to 20 foot range, that area. So I want to show you the graphic again, just in case if anybody hasn't seen it. A lot of you have already seen it multiple times today. I'm sorry, but it's important that we show it for everybody. Lots of questions coming in. I see your question about Gainesville, Georgia. I'm going to get to that as well. But first, the big important one, peak storm surge forecast. A catastrophic storm surge is expected from Apalachicola down towards the southeastern part of the Big Bend area of Florida. 15 to 20 feet. That is unsurvivable on the coast. And then on top of that, you're going to have the destructive waves on top of that. So keep that in mind. We're talking about, imagine being on the road. All right, look around. All that, the power lines, the trees, everything's covered. It's gone. Like that's the kind of storm surge that we're talking about. Houses completely submerged. So we need to make sure that everybody understands the severity of that and takes it seriously. We also need everybody to understand that it's not just going to be a problem right on the beach. Obviously, that's where it's going to be the worst. But this part of Florida here is going to allow the inflow of water several miles inland. It's not going to be 20 feet all the way up to Tallahassee or but it's going to be a significant problem. If you can drive to the beach for the weekend, like that's a common thing that you would do, and you live around the Big Bend area, this is something that you should think about. Thank you, Noah. Okay. Additionally, I do think we should look at the models again, but first, let's hear from Elijah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we just recently had a possible tornado near Blowing Rock, in, I believe that's Virginia or North Carolina. I'm not entirely sure on that. I don't have the state, but there is a video in the stream text channel. You can't show it on the stream, but if you look at the last 10 to 15 seconds of it, you'll see the funnel cloud of it and a power flash. So most likely we did have a tornado near Blowing Rock earlier, like just a few minutes ago.
All right. Thank you very much, Elijah. And this is the storm that we've been watching. I don't know if we saw anything on our camera. We had a camera there. But a tornado has been associated with this storm. Still no tornado warning. We've had several tornadic storms in and around this part of North Carolina and down even south of Asheville. We haven't had any tornado warnings, but we've had
Ryan, it's
multiple
Chris, if you're
reports
live and you have
of a
second.
tornado. And here's another one. So we've got to be concerned for our folks up there in Todd. If there continues to be a tornadic threat with this storm, it would be moving up towards Todd, North Carolina. And I just heard the voice of Chris Hall. Let's hear what he's got to say. Yeah, Chris, we are live on YouTube just talking about the upcoming storm. Well, what do you think, man? What's going on?
Hey, so we're just outside of Chattanooga. I figured you were live. If you, by any chance, have my stream and you want to make a little brighter note of the stream, I have an absolute fire of a sunset right now ongoing. But we are heading down. We're actually stopping at Walmart here just outside of Chattanooga to get some supplies and some food and some stuff to take with us, because I think this, this one's definitely the real deal. This is nothing that you're going to want to mess around with. This isn't something that you're going to want to stick around for. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, we're stopping and getting some supplies and stuff to take down with us. We're cruising on down. We're going to target Tallahassee. And then we can always reposition from there, especially with the windshield wiper effect. Could go a little bit further west, could be east. We could be back in the exact same parking lot in Perry as we were just a month ago, But but other than that, yeah, I do think, honestly, I do think we are going to have an overperformer. I do think Helene is going to hit that bathwater in the Gulf, and I think she's going to add a bunch of soap to it, if you know what I mean. She's going to absolutely just go berserk. But yeah, we're watching the models as they come in. We're watching the hurricane hunters as well, and yeah, we're gonna mosey on down that way after we get back out of Walmart, after we get our supplies and stuff, and we'll have the stream rolling all the way down. It's actually a beautiful sunset after a really rainy day all the way home and then all the way back down here. But other than that, yep, we'll keep in touch. We're heading down, and we'll have a stream for you the next few days. So we'll holler back at you later tonight or tomorrow if you're still live. So,
all right. Super huge shout out to Storm Chaser Chris Hall. So Chris is out there. Of course, we're going to hear from Brad Arnold. Brad Arnold is out there. Brad's actually been trying to get a hold of me. We should probably reach out to him soon. But like these guys are all resting up and getting ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a long day for anybody involved in this, whether you're a first responder, whether you're, a resident, a storm chaser, anybody involved in this at all. Tomorrow's going to be, it's going to be a long day. Even if you're somebody, a lot of you guys are watching this right now, and you might live in Europe. You might live, somewhere, you're just watching, and that's fine. We depend on you to help us get the word out about this kind of stuff. Tomorrow's going to be a long day, so do whatever you need to do to prepare for that. Probably going to be some bad news. And yeah, it's not going to be a pretty situation. So I think our start time tomorrow, is going to probably be, give me just a second, bear with me here, because I need to figure this out. Because when we end the stream, I'm going to go to sleep, and we're not going to end the stream anytime soon. I'm just saying that, like, in a couple hours when we do end the stream, I'm going to go to sleep, so I'm not going to have time to think about this. But I would say that our live coverage tomorrow is probably going to start, honestly, as early as we can, as early as makes sense, because there's going to be a tornado warnings and flash flood warnings all night tonight. There's unfortunately some of them we're going to have to miss. But like right around the time when people are waking up tomorrow, up till noon, we probably need to get our ducks in a row and be live at least by noon, if not a little bit before noon. And then we'll be here with you all the way up till midnight. And even that, like, man, we need more. I mean, the tornado threat is going to continue in portions of South Carolina all the way until like 2 or 4 a.m. Friday. So just make sure you're subscribed to the channel. If you haven't subscribed already, make sure you do that, because it's important. Whatever we decide to do, we might try to break the coverage into 7-hour chunks and with 3-hour breaks or something. I don't know. But whatever you do, if you're subscribed with notifications on, you'll know the moment that happens. Here's the latest. For anybody that hasn't seen this yet, this is the latest experimental forecast image from the National Hurricane Center. The red area there, that's hurricane warnings that goes all the way up into central Georgia. Hurricane warning, central Georgia. You don't see that every day. The M here represents the moment we expect this to be a major hurricane. 1 p.m. Thursday, we're going to have a Category 4 major hurricane out there. It's still going to be a Category 1 just to the south of and west of Macon, Georgia. And then, of course, this is going to continue to go up. It'll probably still be a tropical storm in Nashville, Tennessee, producing some low-end tropical storm force winds. And then it's just going to kind of stall out over western Kentucky here and bring some soaking rains for a couple of days before the energy from this overall it's just going to fade away. It's just going to kind of rain itself out. Unfortunately, the vast majority of that rain is going to fall on the southeastern side of the Appalachian Mountains, because as all that moisture is coming up, it's going to be funneling in over Georgia, South Carolina. We're going to be dealing with the intermittent tornado problems, or the flash flooding, the winds. All that is going to hit the mountains and just dump whatever moisture is left into those valleys and cause an unprecedented flooding situation for some areas. And then whatever's left is going to continue to cause some sort of problems. It's not going to be nearly as bad on the other side of the Appalachian Mountains. Unfortunately, we could have used that rain. Well, nobody needs that much rain, but we could have used some of that rain in Ohio and West Virginia, where we're currently experiencing a very intense drought. What are the wind speeds going to be like? I'll take you through the same model we went through earlier. Oh, this is a new one. So you'll hear a lot whenever you hear about like the winds. There's sustained winds, and then there is wind gusts. So the wind gusts are bad news, because that's how you get a lot of your damage. If you have a wind gust of 150 miles per hour, that does damage, right? But for the most part, if you are in a hurricane, the maximum wind speed is not what you experience the entire time. That's the sustained winds. So if you hear that you're expected to have sustained winds of 70 miles per hour, that doesn't mean that the wind's going to blow 70 miles per hour every once in a while. It means that for an extended period of time, the winds will at least be blowing 70 miles per hour. And that can cause, significant damage by itself. One big gust of 150 miles per hour is obviously going to do some bad stuff, but several hours of 70 miles per hour is in some cases capable of doing similar, more widespread kind of damage. Anyways, earlier we looked at the sustained winds and the associated what am I trying to say? The sustained winds. Now let's look at the gusts that we could expect from this. And this is from the HFSA. The 18Z is not finished yet. We're going to use the 12Z again. And this is on the high end, okay? But still, by 8 a.m. tomorrow, we could have nearly 170 mile per hour wind gusts around the eye wall of Hurricane Helene. Now, it's not 170 mile per hour sustained winds, but gusts that high. It's completely possible. There's a brief moment as the storm gets closer to the Big Bend area where gusts could approach 190 miles per hour. And that's when this will be a Category 4 storm. And once again, this is on the high end. We don't know for sure that this is going to happen. This is kind of a worst case scenario. But if we are seeing gusts of 190, it's not hard to believe that we would also see sustained winds in the Category 5 realm. So then that continues to come closer to the shore. But let's pause here for a second, because our 180 mile per hour wind gusts are way out to sea here. But we're at, as early as 5 p.m. tomorrow, all the way down there in Tampa, you guys could be dealing with 70 to 80 mile per hour gusts. Even farther south than that. We're some of these places near Inglewood, for example, could be dealing with 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts way far away from that center circulation. And all of this huge wind field here, all of this is going to be working to move water in this direction. So it's at this time also when we'll start to see a lot of the storm surge problems in this area. There's going to be a wall of water associated with the center of this almost. And that's going to be where our 20-foot storm surge starts coming onto shore. So here we are starting to see 50 to 60 mile per hour winds around 2 p.m. In Tampa. That's going to continue to be the case all the way at 8 p.m. So we're talking about a long time where we see gusts up to 80 miles per hour, maybe even higher. And then right around landfall, we expect the landfall to happen. Probably this model is also a little bit farther east than the official forecast, but it's still in that cone of uncertainty. This model is showing landfall closer to the areas near Perry, and like south and east of St. Mark's. However, landfall could also happen in Apalachicola, Carabel, Sopchoppy, Crawfordville, St. Mark's, any of those places. It's very likely that the storm makes landfall there. But when it does make landfall, that's when we're going to expect to see the 130 mile per hour sustained winds potentially, and maybe even gusts higher than that. We don't want to talk too much about that until we get closer to actually understanding the complete complexity of the system tomorrow. But whoever gets hit by this head on is going to get hit hard. And then inland in southern Georgia at 11 p.m., this is past Tallahassee. So this means that Tallahassee, you guys could expect more than this. This is up here near Thomasville, Georgia. Up to 120 to 130 mile per hour wind gusts are going to be possible even this far inland. So if you're in Bainbridge, Georgia, Thomasville, or Valdosta, this is going to be one of the stronger storms that you've ever been hit by, more than likely. So keep that in mind as far as the wind speeds go. It's not going to weaken much. It's going to be moving pretty fast. It's going to be a strong hurricane, even as it makes it up there. That's going to cause a lot of problems with downed trees and power lines. And also Tallahassee. This is probably going to be one of the stronger storms that you guys have had to deal with in the areas surrounding that. And then things don't really start to die down until this gets past Atlanta. And even then, 5 a.m. Friday in the North Carolina mountains and into the South Carolina area, we're talking about several areas that could be experiencing 80 mile per hour wind gusts. So yeah, go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, two things. First and most importantly, that severe thunderstorm warning just came out, but I was actually going to talk about the rotation for the storm that previously may have produced a tornado. We saw that funnel cloud rapid rotation near Blowing Rock in North Carolina. Now it definitely looks like it's happening again here as it goes up into Virginia through Ashe County in North Carolina. So White Top, Virginia, out ahead of this thing. Troutdale and Sugar Grove. I'm looking at that rotation. It's definitely ramped up again. You can look at it from the Blacksburg, Virginia radar near Roanoke. That'll definitely give you the best look at it now. So I wouldn't be surprised if a different weather forecast office, WFO, issued a tornado warning for this as it enters their jurisdiction. I believe Ashe County might still be from Greenville, Spartanburg. No, it is already in Blacksburg. So we might see a tornado warning with this if that signature continues. I think this storm has maybe previously produced a tornado and is capable of doing so again. So y'all watch out there in that area of Ashe County, North Carolina, into western Grayson County and southern Smith County in Virginia. The other thing that I'm noticing here is quickly approaching a heavily populated area south of Miami and Florida. The Cutler Bay to Princeton area is about to experience a downburst. So a lot of heavy rain, blinding heavy rain to the point where you can't see. That will probably incur a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Miami-Dade County here. So if you're north and east of Homestead, which is currently getting doused, a bunch of stronger winds are in a pocket here approaching the shoreline, and that's one of the very outer bands of Helene here. So expect a severe thunderstorm warning if that holds together, and dangerous driving conditions with that one toward Highway 1 and all neighborhood roads in that area.
All right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for bringing our attention to two really important areas we're going to go a little bit more in depth on. Chandra or Riley or whoever is running the cameras, we probably should put some up in Miami just because I know we've just got so many options there, so we can see the first taste of Helene that a lot of southern Florida is getting here in the form of this really heavy rain band that'll probably also bring about some very strong winds as well. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Ryan, camera number 1 is currently one of those ones that's in Miami. We've been following along with this first band here for a while now, but 1, 2, and 3 are all Miami cameras, and they're kind of just working their way north as this storm makes the way north. So that camera number 1, and that's the one that you can see above Ryan's head, that one is normally going to be as close to that leading line as we can get.
Okay, thank you so much, Riley. On top of it, thank you. So yeah, Miami, lots of people in Miami, and lots of people are about to, once again, get the first hit from what will be a series of really strong bursts of rain in Miami as a result of Hurricane Helene. You will really start to feel those precipitable water values. What was that, Chandra? What's 5? Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, we've got a lot of cameras to choose from here. We'll keep you updated on what this looks like as it comes in. I also want to go back and I want to talk about the storm that Andy was mentioning up here in North Carolina. The rotation with this is, more apparent and a little bit more robust than some of the tornado warnings that we've seen earlier today. So it wouldn't be surprising at all if we saw another tornado warning associated with this storm that's coming up towards Lansing and White Top in the North Carolina area here. This is Ashe County and Grayson County, Virginia. This is the culprit. This is the area of interest. Potential tornado could happen in that velocity couplet there, and it's moving up in the general direction of the Riverview School. That would be like the first place that would potentially be in the path of this outside of Lansing there. So if you know where that is, the Lansing Elementary School, Riverview School, or Mount Rogers School, this is kind of the path of the storm here. Right now, you're not under a tornado warning, but you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, 1 inch in diameter hail, 60 mile per hour winds possible all the way up through there. So keep that in mind. We've always had the the multi-view with the 6 cameras. We need to figure out a way to include more somehow without it getting too busy. Ava M. Andy Hill is awesome. I highly agree. Christopher says my mom is in Tampa. I think that Tampa is obviously we're going to have some problems in Tampa out of Helene, but thankfully it's not going to be the worst of it. Okay, the worst of it's definitely going to happen a little bit farther to the north and west, but people in Tampa should definitely be taking this seriously, especially if you live close to the coast. It's possible that we get up to 8 feet of storm surge, even as far south as Tampa. Yeah, so back on the potential damage path or the potential path of the hurricane, a lot of what we're talking about is on the eastern side of where we think landfall is going to happen, because that's where the majority of the problems are going to happen with storm surge, the tornado threat, and the wind for the most part. A lot of that is kind of stacked on the eastern side. However, that does not mean that the western side is going to be a walk in the park. Panama City, you guys have got to get prepared for a destructive storm. First of all, there's a chance that the storm goes a little bit farther to the west, and Panama City, now you're in the direct path of the eye, or maybe even a little bit on the eastern side. But right now, it looks like the worst of the storm is going to go to the east of Panama City. But I need you to understand what that means. The worst of this terrible storm is going to go to your east. That means that you're going to get what? 75%, 60% of terrible? What is that? Like, it's still bad. Like, it's still something that you got to follow the evacuation orders if those are in place. You've got to do whatever you can, whatever precautions are necessary for you to withstand a Category 4 or higher hurricane. You should be following those. Hopefully you've got a plan in place. You should be executing that plan now, because even if it does go to the east of Panama, it's still going to bring about destructive winds, an extended period of time where we could see gusts over 100 miles per hour, flooding, and all that stuff. So basically, the more in-depth forecast for Panama City is going to come tomorrow once we understand more about the exact path and the intensity of the storm. That's why if I lived in Panama City, even if I was fairly confident that it's going to go east, I'm out of there. I'm not hanging around. If you have the luxury, if you have the ability to do that, obviously. I understand it's not that easy for everyone. Let's see here. Looking at hurricane hunters again. Not a lot of new groundbreaking information here. What I am noticing is that a lot of the higher winds, most of the higher winds actually, are happening well outside of the central low pressure area. A lot of it's happening several hundred miles away from the center of low pressure, associated with those thunderstorms on the outside. So that'll likely change as we go into tomorrow as well. And yeah, the official forecast for tomorrow at 2 p.m. is still 132 mile per hour Category 4 hurricane with 161 mile per hour winds. Let's pull out the good old 3D satellite imagery from Radar Omega, just so we can really keep an eye and see if there's any new convection bursts happening. Several severe thunderstorm warnings also currently in Washington and Idaho and Montana. In fact, currently there is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Montana. This is Latah and Whitman counties in Montana. We've got some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts moving up towards the Pollock area of Montana. The Hangman Creek Ranch Airport's in the path there. And several campsites, like the Laird Park Campground. Man, there's a bunch of warnings out here. And then, of course, we're still tracking that severe thunderstorm warning in Ashe and Grayson counties, Virginia, as it is, it's still rotating. Oh, this is interesting. The Florida Division of Emergency Management says, we have partnered with Uber to provide Floridians free rides to shelters in counties under a state of emergency for Helene. In order to get a ride, all you got to do is download the Uber app, tap account on the bottom right, and tap wallet. Add the promo code Helene Relief, up to $35 each way, to and from a state-approved shelter. That's cool. That's super awesome. I don't know if that's a common thing. I feel like that's the first time I've heard of something like that, but that's super awesome. Here's some key points from the most recent area forecast discussion out of Tallahassee. Storm surge is the most dangerous hazard associated with hurricanes, and we do still believe that we have the risk of catastrophic and or potentially unsurvivable storm surge for the Appalachian Bay area. Storm surge may begin to arrive as early as late Wednesday, ahead of the strongest winds building through landfall. The current storm surge values across the Bay Area are the Carabel is 15 feet to 20 feet. Apalachicola is closer to 10 to 15 feet. Indian Pass to Apalachicola, 6 to 10 feet. Mexico Beach to Indian Pass, 3 to 5 feet. And the rest of Bay County, we're talking about 1 to 3 feet. So that a lot of people in here are from the Panama City area. A lot of people had to deal with Michael. That's our official forecast for storm surge right now. That could change, but right now, the rest of Bay County past Indian Pass, 1 to 3 feet. The hardest hit areas are going to be farther to the east around Apalachicola, over towards Carabel, where a potentially unsurvivable storm surge is possible on the coast. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So remember earlier when I mentioned that I didn't know how to check, how far inland different warnings went, like all the hurricane warnings, tropical storm warnings? Well, I didn't have to. The National Weather Service actually did that, and they posted it on Twitter in a reply post, so I didn't see it at first. And so I just found this post from 40 minutes ago where they mentioned it. The last time that all of South Carolina was actually under a tropical storm warning was actually during Michael in 2018. So this kind of setup of the hurricane and tropical storm warnings being so far inland has happened before, and the last time it happened was unfortunately with Michael in 2018.
Wow. Okay, thank you, Elijah. Kind of bringing some context to the size and scope of the storm. Really unfortunate how, there's a lot of similarities here between Michael and this storm. This storm is a little bit bigger and it's a little bit more wet, and for lack of a better terminology there. It's I think that the rain and inland flooding problem is going to be a huge deal here with this one. That probably wasn't quite as obviously it was still a problem with Michael, but not quite as much as what this will be. And as far as the strength upon landfall, we don't know. We don't know about that yet. Right now, I would prepare for, or I would expect, a Category 4 or Category 5 landfall somewhere, hopefully not exactly where Michael made landfall, but east of that. We're also hearing from the National Weather Service that anybody that's anybody that's in the hurricane warning, especially, so even all the way up there into more south central portions of Georgia, the power outages that will result from this will be a result of such widespread damage that power outages will likely last for several days, if not weeks. So once again, I want to show you who we're talking about here. Now, power outages are going to be a problem in a huge area, but specifically in that red zone, I think we're going to see widespread power outages of significance. And once again, they could last weeks. So that's something else that we need to think about if we haven't already. Hopefully we have. This is, we've been making, thankfully, a couple million people have seen, videos leading up to this. Just for me, that's not counting the several other people that are involved in broadcast media that has been working to get the word out about the storm. I think the messaging has been good. I think everybody knows. Now we just got to hope that they're taking it seriously and, taking action. Yeah, Your Royal Majesty says everyone like the video so it gets out to more people. 100%. If you are here right now, there's about 50,000 of you. Everybody should just slap the like button. It's free. It takes 2 seconds, and it tells YouTube's algorithm that, hey, these guys, we should probably share this video with more people. And then hopefully we get valuable information out to somebody who needs it. Now, I think that like everybody in the world right now is talking about this. If you turn on any news channel, I don't think we're going to reach anybody who doesn't know, right? However, I think that there's probably a lot of people who don't know the specifics and aren't like, there's probably a lot of people who want more information than just the surface level stuff you get on the news. And also, there's probably a ton of people in northern Georgia right now, western South Carolina and northwestern South Carolina, who aren't quite, they don't realize the potential danger with some of the flooding stuff that we're talking about. There's probably a lot of people that are overlooking the tornado threat, which we're going in depth over. There's probably a lot of people who are oblivious to the fact that we have a tornado threat tonight that we continue to cover as those warnings come out. So, I think there's plenty of information out there about Hurricane Helene. But, you can help us reach some people who may need additional guidance and information by simply hitting the like button. And yeah, speaking of the tornado threat, just in case anybody missed this, this is the tornado outlook for Thursday, September 26th, 2024. 10% probability of tropical tornadoes down there in South Carolina and Georgia. And I think that there's a chance that could even get increased to higher than that. If it doesn't, it doesn't really change anything. But I think that the tornado threat is going to be quite significant tomorrow. Here on our cameras, we've got several cameras showing us some distant lightning moving in towards the Steinhatchee area. There's a strong storms moving up towards there. You're also seeing some lightning and some heavy rain moving into Miami from the top 3 cameras. Most of those are going to be on US 1 and I-395. Weeping Willow, thank you so much for the gifted, and also thank you, Rebecca. Brock says, hey, Ryan, I'm on vacation in Sevierville, Tennessee. Is it going to hit me? Sevierville, Tennessee, I think you're in a unique spot to where, yeah, the storm's going to hit Sevierville. There's probably going to be some tropical storm force wind gusts there. It's Friday. But the people on the southeastern side of the Appalachian Mountains are going to be taking the majority of the hit. Okay? So if you just literally just went over the mountain to the other side, it would be a completely different situation. Sevierville, you're still going to get a lot of rain. You're still going to get some wind. There's the potential for power outages, but I don't think that this is going to be a huge deal for Sevierville. It might be enough to make a vacation less enjoyable, but I don't think it's going to be as bad as what we're talking about in like Georgia and North Carolina, Florida, those places. Jennifer says Asheville, North Carolina. Asheville, North Carolina is one of the places that we're talking about potentially receiving very bad flooding. If you live in a flood-prone area in or anywhere around Asheville, you got to spend tonight thinking about what you're going to do in a flash flood situation, because there's aspects of the flooding situation that could be as bad as our hurricane. In portions of North Carolina, I think. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, we just had forecast advisory 10A issued. It seems we are at 85 mile per hour sustained winds with a minimum central pressure of 974 millibars. And in this outlook, the wording was quite significant. They said preparations to protect life and property along the Florida Big Bend coast should be rushed to completion. So the NWS is really starting to stress even more that you got to prepare for this and you have to get out of there. We're already starting to see traffic jams, and you do not want to end up in a situation where you're a little late to a traffic jam and then you end up getting stuck in this hurricane as it makes landfall and moves up into Georgia. In addition to that, tornado warning in Virginia and West Virginia. We do have as many cams on that as possible. However, until it gets further north, we're not going to be in an area where we have a ton of camera coverage.
Okay, thank you so much, Riley. And so I want to go over this. This is the storm that we've been watching, or one of the storms that we've been watching. But somebody remind me to go back and read the details again of the latest advisory once I'm done with this. But yeah, we've got a new tornado warning now. Hopefully we've got some people watching out here in Virginia and West Virginia. This is specifically Bland County, Virginia, Mercer and Tazewell counties, Mercer County, West Virginia, and Tazewell County in West Virginia. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. Let's see what we got here on velocity. A decent velocity couplet. It's not as, still not as convincing, I think, as what Andy pointed out earlier for that those couple of unwarned storms, but still, this is certainly capable of producing a tornado, and it's moving right up towards Bluefield and Princeton. If you're in Bluefield, please take shelter now, and Princeton as well. Some of the places that this is going to go towards, the actual rotation is going come into Bluefield on the southeastern side near the Valley View Seventh Day School, the Whitehorn Elementary School, or the Whitethorn Elementary School, and the Memorial Elementary School. That one's a little bit closer to Ada. Also, directly in the path here is the Mercer County Airport. So if you're from Bluefield, then you understand where the Valley View Seventh Day Adventist School is, and you understand where the Mercer County Airport is. Draw a line between those two areas, and that's essentially the path of the rotation associated with this storm. So yeah, we're still watching the rotation with the storm farther to the south as well. That's moving up towards White Top, but no warning associated with that one yet. And the camera that you see above me is a live camera from Bluefield, West Virginia, courtesy of what is that? Oh, 511, your Department of Transportation. Give me just a second here. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go over a little bit more on this latest advisory. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we are covering a tornado warning right now, but the big point of us being here is to kind of get warmed up and do some discussion about Hurricane Helene, which is coming in tomorrow. Communities need to prepare for catastrophic, life-threatening inland flooding from Helene, even well after landfall. We need to keep that in mind. And we're mostly extremely concerned about the Big Bend of Florida. You're going to hear us talk a lot about that tomorrow. That's why we probably mentioned North Carolina a couple of more times today than Panama City, right? And the reason for that is we're going to be so hyper-focused from the first thing tomorrow when we start the live stream until the end on the landfall that I think it's important that we get all of the periphery stuff covered as much as possible today. We're still going to cover it tomorrow too, but I think our attention is going to be drawn into that Panama City to Apalachicola area tomorrow. And so we're going to start well before landfall tomorrow. So don't think that, we won't be here until the thing starts. So yeah, just keep that in mind. And then also we have a lot of different things coming together. We're extremely concerned about the Big Bend of Florida. We're probably going to have a long-lasting catastrophic damage in that area from the storm surge and the hurricane force winds. And then we have to be concerned about the inland effects as well. The higher elevations of northern Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina and eastern Tennessee obviously are especially susceptible to severe flooding and wind damage. It's important to emphasize that as well, as the same way that the mountains are going to wring out the moisture and cause flooding. A similar thing's going to happen with the funneling down of winds. We could see much stronger winds in the higher elevations as the tropical storm moves by than we would lower to the ground. So keep that in mind as well. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go read the key messages. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm also gonna sit down for a second. Thank you. I'm also going to eat intermittently here. And drink some water, and potentially even a Diet Coke, because Lord knows we're going to need it. No, I got a half one over here. Thank you. Once again, what we're kind of honed in on the radar is a tornado warning in West Virginia and Virginia. Near Bluefield and Princeton. We've got a couple of cameras in the area. You can see the lightning. Haven't seen much else so far. Remy, Odell, thank you for the 20 gifted. And by the way, tomorrow, unless things are just going plumb wild and we need to, in an emergency fashion, start the live stream extra early, we probably will, just to test out some things and make sure everything's working, we probably will do a members only live stream for the 30 minutes leading up to the stream actually starting tomorrow. So if you're a member, you can be here for that. I gotta show this off. You can't see it. Yeah, it's brisket. Please go over Middle Georgia. We're gonna go over all of it. Let me organize my tabs. And then we'll go through everything again. But first, I am going to take a couple of bites of this. So we'll go through the wind field models again. We'll go through the simulated radar. Not sure what I'm going to use for that just yet. And then we'll go over the SPC outlook, and then we'll do another thing where we try to answer some questions. I know the way that it's worked so far is that we get 1,000 questions and we answer 10. We'll try to do better. Jose says, hey, Ryan, love the content. I have a flight tomorrow around 7 out of Orlando to Chicago. Do you think I'll be affected? Yes. Yep, I think so. That's probably like the perfect. You couldn't ask for a better flight to be affected, unfortunately. I don't know what that effect will be, whether it comes in the form of a delay or a change in the path. But yeah, it's definitely going to get affected. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, we have an update from our hurricane hunters. So they are yet to enter the eye, and they're still in the eye wall, but we're already 1 millibar lower than our last eye reading. So over the next couple of minutes here, we're probably going to get an update of what the actual eye is. But the last reading from that eye wall was 973.6 millibars extrapolated.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Riley, there it is. So in real time here, we're getting some information from our hurricane hunters. These guys are helping out big time, obviously. Getting intricate, like very important data from the center of the storm that we wouldn't be able to get if it wasn't for them, right? So that number there, the 973.5, it continues to go down. And it just, once again, it's a sign that the storm's strengthening as we thought it would. And you can see that we do have a couple of new convective areas popping up around the center of the storm. However, there's still nothing incredibly interesting to write home about. That could change though, the more that these develop right here. So we'll stay locked in on those. But for now, things are just, it looks to me like it's becoming more organized. We're dealing with that dry air that's kind of funneling into the center of the storm. And once that's resolved, it'll blow up pretty big. It'll probably, most of it will happen during the early morning hours tomorrow. Yes, Joel. Yes, 100%. That's possible. Atticus says, Ryan, I'm trying to get out of work tomorrow, and I live in Central Florida. What are my chances? If you live inland, like not along the coast, I mean, I guess it just depends on what you do, and yeah, I mean, I don't know. Central Florida is not going to be spared from the effects of the storm. I can say that. Central Florida tomorrow there are some places even as far south as Orlando that will see at least intermittent high-end tropical storm force wind gusts. So that'll cause down trees, power lines, and all that stuff. Also, there's a decent severe weather threat and tornado threat as well, especially during the landfall portion of the storm. So I don't know if that's going to help you, but it's definitely a strong storm coming your way. If you do anything outdoors or that requires you to be on the roads or anything like that, wouldn't advise it. Karen, thanks for becoming a member. And Bobby, thank you. Wilder says, do you think Dothan, Alabama will get hit hard? It'll get hit, but not hard. I think that the vast majority of the problems that are going to happen as a result of this storm are going to happen to your south and to your east a little bit, but definitely don't let your guard down. If you live in a flood-prone area, keep an eye on those creeks and streams and be ready for at least tropical storm force winds. So our top couple of cameras there, continue to give us a live look at the West Virginia area around where this tornado warning is. So I want to go check back in on it real quick. And nothing has changed really. We still have a tornado warning in effect for Bland, Mercer, and Tazewell counties. It's past Bluefield now. The rotation is. It's getting ready to go past the Valley View Seventh Day School, and then it's going to go right on up between Lambsheet and Princeton in West Virginia. So take shelter now if you haven't already. The storm is capable of producing a tornado, and it will be at least until 8:30 Eastern. And you can see the flash flood warnings are coming through. We have 8 flash flood warnings right now. And unfortunately, a lot of that is happening near where we expect to see a lot of, flash flooding over the next couple of days. So it's just making things worse. Hey Ryan, can you give us a list of Waffle House closures? I don't have that list. We need to figure out a way to track that and keep a list of it. That's for sure. There was a website. There was a real Waffle House index website. We need to make that again. We need to figure out where the data comes from and remake it. It's got to be out there somewhere. The center of Helene appears to be a little east of the last NHC cone. The center of Helene is hard to decipher right now just by looking at satellite imagery. As far as I can tell, it's pretty much right on cue. But there will be wobbles. It's not going to stay perfectly centered with the projected path right now. That's for sure. Where's Andy? Andy's here. He's talked a lot during this stream. There's not a lot of updates right now to go over outside of what we've already covered. So we will hear from him again, but yeah, he's here. Jilly says Waffle House in Tallahassee is staying open. We'll see. We'll see about that. If there's a Waffle House that's going to close, it's going to be near Tallahassee. Atlanta is not doomed, no. Are you going to stream for a little while longer? Yeah, but I'm taking a semi break right now. I'm eating a little bit. I've been standing here at this computer. It's currently 8 p.m. I've been here since 7 a.m. And I haven't sat down or eaten since then. So like I'm recharging right now. Give me just a second. Oh, do we have new? We've got more Hurricane Hunter stuff. $984, $980, $977, $979, $974, $974.1, $934. Yeah, so we'll keep it here. We'll keep checking as the dots come in. There are 7 Waffle Houses around Tallahassee. Oh yeah, it's very good. It's a little cold. It's been sitting here for a while. Yeah, we need the Dollar General closures too. What are the odds this doesn't intensify like they're saying? Pretty low. Pretty low. Now a lot of what we've been talking about, especially when we look at the models, a lot of what we have been talking about has been some worst case scenario stuff. The 200 mile per hour wind gusts, for example, we don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case. However, the official forecast from the National Hurricane Center for this thing to be a Category 4 major hurricane tomorrow and likely make landfall as such. That's it's very unlikely that it'll be less than that. However, is this going to be a Category 5 or, some of the outlier like possibilities that we've been talking about? We don't know, and we won't know until tomorrow. But this looks like it's going to be a pretty bad situation, and it's better to be safe than sorry. You've heard that before. Do you think Panama City will be hit? Yes. We're hoping that it goes a little bit to the east and you guys get the less bad side, but it's still going to be bad. We're still talking about some strong winds. We're still talking about, some storm surge, but the worst of it is likely going to go to the east of Panama City. Ryan, I heard that there are predictions for a storm developing right after this one. Are those true? It wouldn't be out of the ordinary. I mean, this is that time of year. The current tropical outlook does have a couple of areas of interest out here. There's one that is currently 80%. We're 80% likely to form a tropical depression, at least over the next 7 days. So this is something that we'll have to watch. This up here we're not going to have to watch that. However, it's very possible that if this does turn into a hurricane over here, that it kind of turns out to sea, because one of the big driving factors behind Helene is this big trough that's digging into the eastern United States. That's going to continue to swing up and kind of act as a wall for anything coming in this way for a little while. It depends on how slow this is. If it takes its time and kind of floats around long enough, it could sneak in. But right now I'm not too concerned about this. But that could change, and we'll let you know if it does. This is where all of our focus is right now. We got an official report in from Waffle House. As of 2 hours ago, Waffle House is keeping all 9 locations near Tallahassee open. This is per the VP of PR for Waffle House. 8 or 24 hour, 1 is 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's a monumental feat. If they can pull it off safely, hats off to them.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we've got another new tornado warning in West Virginia. Let's go check it out. And it is a continuation of the warning that we've been watching over here in West Virginia. The rotation is passing Princeton right now. We have yet to hear a report of an actual tornado, but there is rotating air. There's a thunderstorm that is rotating that is capable of producing a tornado about to go past Princeton. We still need you in your safe spot in Princeton, West Virginia. But this is going to go up towards Spanishburg, Gardner, Eads Mill, and also up towards Streator, West Virginia. Some points of interest within this warning. The next place that would be hit that you might recognize by the rotation is the Spanishburg School. Just beyond that, we've got the Bluestone Park. We've got the National Scenic River area near Bluestone as well, in the direct path of this. Take shelter now if you're out here along Interstate 77 and Highway 20 in Mercer and Summers County in West Virginia. The rotation is not small; like it's rotating. So I wouldn't be surprised if we had a tornado come out of that. Oh, Waffle House has got more than generators. Waffle houses, especially locations in areas that get a lot of hurricanes, have a reputation for its effective handling of disasters. You know what? I'm interested to see what our good old friend generative AI has to say about this, and it's also going to give me a second to eat. I don't know if you guys have got it yet, but I just recently got access to the advanced voice mode on ChatGPT, so we're going to put it to the test here. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Can you guys hear that? Is it all right? Yeah, so, hey, listen, I'm doing a live stream, okay? And we've got a bunch of people watching, and we're talking about a hurricane coming to Florida, and something's brought up called the Waffle House Index. A lot of the Waffle Houses in the path of this storm are staying open despite the fact that it's going to be a catastrophic storm to some degree. Explain to us why that matters and what it is about the Waffle House why do we care?
The Waffle House Index is a real thing used by FEMA to gauge the severity of disasters. Waffle House is known for staying open 24/7, even during extreme weather. If a Waffle House closes or limits its menu, it's a strong indicator that the situation is severe. Their ability to keep operating reflects on-the-ground conditions, making it a quirky yet reliable disaster metric.
That's so cool, man. Thanks.
Glad you found it interesting. If you have any more questions during the live stream, feel free to ask.
Will do.
Awesome. Enjoy the show.
So yeah, they have like a whole department. Like they invest a lot of money into being able to stay open during big weather events. So understanding when they close is a big part of understanding, how bad it is. Yeah, I'm gonna start using that thing more often. Like, every time I'm not sure about the pronunciation of a city, I'm gonna ask that thing, and if it's wrong, you guys just get mad at it. Takes all the pressure off me. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, if you want to go ahead and bring Radar Omega over to Idaho, and I also sent a picture of it in stream text. I think we have the world's biggest warning polygon of all time. It's about 2 centimeters wide.
Okay, we're flying. We're flying over right now. Oh, is this the one? Look at this. Honestly, I'm surprised by the population. There's 1,400 people in that little sliver. That's crazy. But speaking of this, these storms, most of our severe weather warnings right now, outside of the hurricane warnings and the tropical storm warnings, are up here in Idaho right now. This one in particular is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-per-hour winds. So yeah, keep that in mind. This is moving up towards western Montana. How many people do we have in here watching right now from Montana? Anybody? Yeah, I've got the electrolytes. Everybody's asking about the water. Like I'm going back and forth between liquid IV. Drank almost half gallon of water since we started, and Diet Coke. Of course, we got to have it. We got to. If you're just now tuning in, we are getting ready to go back through the forecast here. We're going to hit all of the graphics and like here's what's going to happen tomorrow and all that stuff. I'm taking a brief break. It's been a long day, and tomorrow's going to be even longer. But I'm also I'm trying to focus on organizing the images that I'm going to show here. So will Ryan have a new light color behind him for when AI has something to say? I don't know. That's when it's going to get too freaky for me. If AI ever gets to the point to where it can sit here and listen and then decide on its own when it wants to interject and like turn the lights a different color, then I'll probably be like, nah, we're just not going to deal with, we're not going to do that. I like to be the one that initiates that exchange. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm comfortable with. The Vort ports are excellent. Yes. Dew is talking about Radar Omega. They've been hard at work today putting the Vort ports out there. Mesovorts. If you've got the Radar Omega app, you can see this as well. There's one here. There's one here. Like everywhere that's going to get hit by the hurricane tomorrow is pretty much covered by these cameras. And then that's available in the Radar Omega app. We'll have them here on this stream, as well as our own. Caleb's out there putting up our own probes. We're going to have something like, I think, if I'm not mistaken, because there's another group of people that we're working with too. We're going to have something like 20 probes on the beach to keep an eye on tomorrow. And then we got all the storm chasers, and there's going to be no shortage of visual understanding of what's going on tomorrow. I think we're going to paint the picture quite well. All right, let's go through all these graphics, and then we'll do another thing where we answer some questions. Okay. All right. So first of all, if you are just now tuning in, this is pre-hurricane coverage. We don't have a hurricane yet making landfall or anything like that. We do have a hurricane out here in the Atlantic or in the Gulf, and it's picking up steam as it comes up towards Florida. Currently, that hurricane is a Category 1. And it's got 85 mile per hour winds, and it's moving to the north very slowly. It's going to pick up speed though, and then we expect that by 2 a.m. this is going to be a 110 mile per hour Category 2 hurricane. And then we expect that tomorrow at 2 p.m. this is going to be 130 mile per hour, 160 mile per hour gust Category 4 hurricane. And then between 2 p.m. and 8 p.m., it's going to continue to approach Florida and make landfall somewhere between Panama City and Apalachicola, or the areas just south and east of Tallahassee, as probably a Category 4 hurricane, maybe even a Category 5. From there, it's going to continue to be a hurricane all the way into Georgia. Near Americus, Georgia, we're still going to have an 80 mile per hour, 105 mile per hour wind gust hurricane which is nuts. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. We're going to have tropical storm conditions in Atlanta, and this is going to go back up into the Ohio Valley and cause some problems with wind and rain back here. However, the majority of the problems are going to happen out here. Of course, around the landfall area, there's 3 zones that I'm most concerned about. The first one is going to be down here, obviously. Everybody that gets hit where the storm makes landfall, even well inland up to Atlanta, we're going to be talking about some seriously dangerous winds and flooding. And then the closer you are to the coast, we have to worry about the potentially catastrophic storm surge as well. The second area that I'm very concerned about is going to be back here. Along the southeastern side of the Appalachian Mountains, all of this moisture from the hurricane is going to come up and crash into the mountains, and it's going to essentially wring out all of that moisture into the valleys, and we're going to have a pretty significant flooding event here in portions of northeast Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, up into Virginia. Some of these places, and it's crazy to even think about like what this could do. Some of these places in the mountains are going to see over 15 inches of rain, maybe close to 20 inches of rain. That is going to that's going to lead to once in a lifetime, if not more than that, kind of flooding. Riley talked earlier about if some of the higher end totals actually come to fruition. This is going to be a rainfall event that we only see technically every 2,000 years or more. That it sounds crazy, okay? But there are some pockets that, especially where most of the moisture moves up against the mountains, there are some areas that could actually see that kind of event from this storm, specifically in North Carolina on the southeastern side of those mountains. We are very, very concerned about that. So this has a potential of being the most impacted area outside of the extremely near the coast areas that are going to deal with landfall. So keep that in mind. So that's zone 1, hurricane landfall, strong winds, flooding, flash flooding, river flooding back up in here. And then zone 3, the other area that I'm very concerned about is going to be over here. As the storm moves inland, and as we're making landfall, the outer bands are going to produce potentially a regional tropical tornado outbreak in places around Savannah, Georgia, back towards Vidalia, and then over maybe as far north as Charleston, South Carolina. So those are my 3 places that I'm most concerned about, but obviously everybody that gets hit by this storm in some capacity is going to have to deal with it in a way that it's not going to be a fun situation for anybody involved. But those 3 areas are going to be the worst, the hardest hit areas, I think. So let's look at some graphics from the web. This is the experimental forecast cone. So once again, talking about the inland effects, we have hurricane warnings well into Georgia. They usually don't issue hurricane warnings that far inland. Hurricanes happen on the coast. You know what I'm saying? So this is just one of the many signs that everybody involved here, all the experts at the National Hurricane Center, everybody at the National Weather Service, we're all on the same page. This looks like it's going to be the real deal. It looks like it's going to be a big one. And we need to be prepared even into central Georgia. And then we've got the entire state of South Carolina under a tropical storm warning. The entire state of Georgia, the entire state of Florida, mostly. Also included in that. And this is still expected to be a tropical storm as far north as Nashville, Tennessee, which is still crazy. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan. So our hurricane hunters right now are both making their turns into sort of repositioning. So they have one more leg to fly before they make another pass through the eye. However, taking a look at satellite right now, there is 4 new towers going up around this center of pressure. That is not normally something that you see. Normally, it's just 1 or 2 towers that are going up at a time, but right now we have 4.
Okay, thank you, Riley. And when he says towers, what we're referring to are these areas of convection that are kind of blowing up around that center area of lowest pressure, and you can see the towers that are popping up right in here. So what we are looking for in those towers is for them to completely encapsulate and completely circle the low pressure area. And whenever that fully closes off, which it looks like we're moments away from that actually happening, and that dry air is not allowed to get into the center of the storm anymore, that's when the rapid intensification process will likely start. So we're looking at the beginning stages of what will eventually become the core and eye wall of the storm here as it explodes in the Gulf of Mexico. You can see some of the most recent frames very clearly show the increased activity right there. And this satellite imagery is going to be fascinating through the rapid intensification process. So we'll come right back to that. Let's keep talking about this, though. All of Florida is under the tropical storm warning. All of Georgia, all of South Carolina, portions of Alabama, and portions of North Carolina are also included. What that means if you're under a tropical storm warning is that it's very likely that you'll have a period of time where you experience tropical storm force winds, all right? Maybe as high as 70 miles per hour. Some of these places will only see 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, but that's still enough to cause problems, all right? And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw an extension. I think that some places in central middle Tennessee in eastern Tennessee could eventually be under a tropical storm warning as well, which it'll be one of the first times that that's happened in a long time. So keep that in mind. So that's the latest cone. We expect the storm to go anywhere inside of that over the next 5 days or so. Now, let's look at forecast models. This is the projected wind field from the HAFSA model. This is still projecting a very strong storm capable of producing 160 to 190 mile per hour wind gusts between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. tomorrow. The outer bands of that wind field will be interacting with the Tampa Bay area as early as noon to 2 p.m., bringing about 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And then that's going to last all day in Tampa until we get some of the stronger winds moving into the actual landfall area. Now, this model is farther east than most other ones, so we do expect that the landfall is going to happen a little bit farther west than what this is suggesting. But wherever it does happen, wind gusts of 170 mile per hour is possible. And then well inland, 120 mile per hour wind gusts are possible, even over here as far inland as Bainbridge and Thomasville. It wouldn't be surprising to me if we had some 100 mile per hour or greater wind gusts as far north as Albany, Georgia. We will continue to see wind gusts over 100 miles per hour, probably way all the way up towards Macon. All right. And then we're going to see wind gusts start to die down a little bit once the storm gets past Atlanta. There will be some 60, 70, maybe 80 mile per hour wind gusts on the eastern side. I think Athens, I think that you guys have a chance of seeing maybe some 80 mile per hour wind gusts as well on the stronger side of the storm. All of South Carolina is going to be intermittently experiencing 40, 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts. The stronger winds will be up here on the northwestern side. And then the winds are going to die down a little bit after this gets past the Appalachian Mountains, but it's not going to completely go away. In Kentucky here on Friday, there's still a chance that a lot of people could see some intermittent wind gusts greater than 60 miles per hour. So, it's crazy how widespread the impact from the storm is going to be. Kentucky on Friday could be dealing with what is essentially a tropical storm. All right, so what's that look like on the simulated radar? This is not exact, obviously. We're going to focus on the post-landfall look here. Lots of rain, obviously, from now until this thing's over in Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. and it's not going to let up until this thing's over. Also, there's going to be a couple different moments where the tornado threat is high, or elevated, I should say, in southeastern Georgia and South Carolina. One of those moments is going to be around the time we start the stream tomorrow between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. with some of these first initial bands coming onto shore. Another one of those moments, well, honestly, it's going to be an all-day thing, but there's probably going to be a pretty decent band of storms even later into the day, into the early morning hours on Friday, that makes it a little bit farther, even farther north than the enhanced risk. And that could bring some tornadic activity to places like Charleston, South Carolina, all the way up to Columbia, and maybe even as far north as Myrtle Beach. Around that same time, we're still dealing with 100-mile-per-hour winds here in south central Georgia intermittently, and then that's going to continue to move up towards the Appalachian Mountains. And whenever this part of the storm hits the Appalachian Mountains, it is going to just dump an incredible amount of rain in an incredibly short period of time into some places that will not be able to handle it, and we will have life-threatening, catastrophic flash flooding somewhere in the mountains of West or North Carolina as a result of this. Unfortunately, you've got to be ready for that. In and around the Asheville area, all of Western North Carolina needs to be on high alert right now, because this is the kind of system that causes problems, and this is on the higher end of those kinds of systems. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I think something you haven't mentioned explicitly in your coverage of the progression of the hurricane onto land and even inland, and at a rather more brisk pace than we usually see, is the extreme wind warning that a lot of people will probably receive if this does hold true to a Category 4 status and it makes its way inland. We will likely see extreme wind warnings issued by National Weather Service Tallahassee office, first and foremost, probably. I am curious personally how far those extreme wind warnings might get inland, how far inland they might actually be issued if we'd actually see one anywhere in southern Georgia as well. Those are issued for when you have sustained winds of 115 miles per hour, which is basically your major hurricane status. So that is something that you will get a wireless alert for on your phone. It'll tell you get an extreme wind warning. So that's yet another thing you can expect if you do live in the area right around the landfall near where the eye wall is, where the eye of the storm is. You could expect an extreme wind warning given the current forecast. So please be ready for that as well, because sometimes everything is happening and the conditions are kind of worsening outside, but you see the verbiage, and that's maybe the one additional thing that sets off your anxiety about the event. So I just wanted you to know ahead of time that that's a distinct possibility with our current forecast, that you'll receive an extreme wind warning near the path of the eye wall.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. And if you or Riley or anybody on the team can go find an archived version of one of those warnings from the source, like what does it look like raw, just so we can put that into our program. Cause I don't think it would know to prompt the warning for that. You know what I mean? So yeah, just something to think about for tomorrow. I've got to program it in. Okay, so yeah, we're likely going to have to, deal with the extreme wind warning, the high wind warnings, and there's going to be a plethora of tornado warnings as well tomorrow. Currently, we have a lot of hurricane warnings and tropical storm warnings, and we have one tornado warning, which it's been a second since we have checked on that. So let's go look at it again. Still going strong. Tornado warning for Mercer County, West Virginia, and Summers County, West Virginia. Next in line here for potentially being impacted by the rotating storm is Bluestone National Scenic River and Pipeston Christian Academy. So y'all take shelter if you haven't already. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, we just had an update from our hurricane hunters. We are at 973 millibars and the eye wall is closed. So this is the first time that we've had a complete eye wall in the entire lifespan of this hurricane. But as of the last update, it is officially closed. That's not a recent fly through, that's an old one, but it takes a little bit of time for this data to get to us.
All right. Thank you very much, Riley. So, yeah, we're continuing to see this strengthen as we expected. Everything's going to as planned, I guess, or as we thought it would. So that's nothing really changes there. We still expect a rapidly intensifying hurricane tonight. Tomorrow morning, it's going to be a monster, and then it's going to be coming right up towards Apalachicola, the Big Bend area of Florida. And unfortunately, there's not a lot more that we know right now, but that's a lot. We've narrowed it down. We've narrowed down the landfall quite a bit, and the risks associated with landfall and everything that happens afterwards. We know what's likely going to happen. So now we've just got to act. We've got to make sure that people are paying attention and actually doing something with the information. Like this, mandatory evacuation recommendations for various Florida counties. I think that the list is even higher than this now.
A new tornado warning has
But there
been
are
issued.
lots of mandatory evacuations in place right now, and that's something that you definitely want to take seriously, especially if you're in those purple counties, Taylor County, Franklin, Wakulla County. You can get out of harm's way by going west or east, not very far, like to get away from the life-threatening storm surge. Those are some of the areas that needs to be taken the most seriously. But even all of these other places, all the way down there towards Tampa, where they have mandatory evacuation for certain areas, follow those evacuation orders, because 9 times out of 10, if somebody ends up getting hurt in a situation like this, it's going to be you if you don't evacuate, or it's going to be the person trying to save you. And that sucks. So, just kind of keep that in mind. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, the diameter of our eye is 25 nautical miles. So that is relatively big for a new hurricane, but 25 nautical miles.
All right. Thank you, Riley. A big eye on our hurricane. It's closed. Oh, you can see it. You can see it there. Big eye, very large circulation. This has every traditional marker of a monster storm surge producer. D travel for life. I think I said that right. Thank you so much for the incredibly generous super chat. Okay. Here's a better map. I can't get it to be any bigger than that. But my goodness. This is floridadisaster.org. It seems like a pretty good resource, but I can't do anything with it here. But like all of these counties have some sort of evacuation system going on. The red ones now, I think, are the county-wide mandatory evacuation. So that's much bigger than what we were looking at earlier. Okay, yeah, mandatory in the red. Yellow is voluntary. And then the orange and green, or the orange is information. So I guess there's some specific information regarding those counties. Residents in RVs or mobile homes are strongly encouraged by emergency management to evacuate to more stable structures for safety. And that's all the way up there, close to the Georgia border. So lots of people heading out of Florida tonight. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, it seems like we just lost power on our camera number 3, which is in that tornado warning in Virginia.
Okay, so we've got a camera out here that's been keeping an eye on this storm where we've got that tornado warning. It's lost power, and once again, we still have this new tornado warning for rural retreat, Nebo and Grapefield in Virginia. That's going to be what is that? Bland, Tazewell, Wythe, and Smith counties in Virginia. So you're going to want to take shelter if you haven't already. The circulation just passed the Atkins Elementary School. Next in line is going to be the Highway 42 corridor near Ceres. I hope I'm saying that right. And then eventually up there towards the Berks Garden Rural Historic District. That's where the storm's going right now. So we've got 2 ongoing tornado warnings. One of them's in West Virginia. One of them's in Virginia. Neither of them have a confirmed tornado on the ground. They both look pretty concerning, though, on velocity. You can see the rotation, and it wouldn't be surprising to me if we saw a tornado come out of that. And it looks like we got another camera that just lost power. Did that one just go too, Riley? The Smith County one?
Yep.
Okay.
All the cameras on that highway are out now. Camera 3 is the next, or camera 2 is the next closest one.
So it does look like something is out there, causing power outages associated with these storms. So we're keeping an eye on them. This is all between Wythe, Smith, Bland, and Tazewell counties in Virginia. With just got a text from Brett Adair.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Who's also out there putting in even more probes. He says he's got 5 online. And he's still working on more for the Live Storms Media. And we just got another tornado warning. This one's a little bit farther east. Check this out. New tornado warning for Halifax and Charlotte counties in Virginia until 9:45 Eastern. Watkins, The Cove, Carrington, take shelter now. So now we've got 2 tornado warnings in Virginia. One of them's over here close to Rural Retreat. And the other one is north of South Boston, south and east of Brookneal. Heath says 5 hours now, Ryan. How long are you going today? Let's see here. We are going to go, I don't know. We're going to go a little bit longer. We've got tornado warnings, so at some point we are going to have to get, take a break and rest for tomorrow. Let's see here. DeBeef says, can strong long track tornadoes develop off these tropical systems? Do you recall one? They can. I can't recall one off the top of my head, but there are certainly definitely stronger tornadoes that have happened as a result of a tropical system. I think it's like, here's the thing, a tornado doesn't have to be very strong or a long track to cause problems, right? I think we're going to have a lot of tornadoes tomorrow. And even if they're all relatively weak and short tracked, that's still going to, a weak, if your house gets hit by a tornado, it rarely matters if it's an EF 1 or 2, like to you at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Or even a 2 versus a 3 or whatever it is. So just if you live in that area, make sure you are prepared for the worst and hoping for the best. And if you're wondering what area I'm talking about, it's right here. 10% tornado probs tomorrow. Amanda, I'm getting married Saturday in Cincinnati. Should I expect a ton of rain? I don't know what you call a ton, but it's definitely going to rain. Not going to be a ton, at least from what I would call a ton. Is Chandra still back there? Okay. Russell, thank you so much for that. I'm in North Metro Atlanta. It's about to be a wild 48 hours. Thanks for all you do. Hey, thank you, Russell. And it is. It's going to be a wild 48 hours for everybody involved. Everybody. Could it strengthen to a 5? Yes, it's very, very possible. It's not likely, but it is possible. So yeah, once again, with convection finally really starting to erupt around that eye wall, it looks like the rapid intensification is starting. The National Weather Service in Atlanta is now explicitly forecasting 75 to 85 mile per hour wind gusts in the Atlanta metro as the eye wall quickly heads north. So that's interesting. That'll cause some problems, obviously. It'll be like a really prolonged, considerable, or destructive severe thunderstorm. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, one thing that we haven't talked about much, but I've been noticing the counter slowly going up as we've been streaming. The Y'all Squad's up to $3,400 in donations so far. And of course, if we see catastrophic impacts from this storm and there are people who end up needing help, we'll be down there to help. So thank you to everyone who's been donating. And just keep that in mind that we're not going to just watch this hurricane happen and be like, all right, we did our part. Caleb's probably going to stay down there for a couple of days and help these communities recover in any way possible.
Absolutely. Thank you, Riley, for bringing our attention to that. I hadn't even noticed it without even prompting anything. We've raised nearly $4,000 for this pre-stream. So thank you all for that. It is going to allow us to utilize Caleb and the rest of the Y'all Squad if needed. And unfortunately, we are all expecting that it will be needed. So we've got a lot of stuff going on there. Caleb has a warehouse now full of supplies that we're working on getting down there. And then, of course, we're going to do all the other stuff that we do with the Y'all Squad, and including but not limited to the supply drops and finding individuals who need help. If you don't know what the Y'all Squad is and what we do, go to the website, watch some of our videos over on the YouTube channel. The idea is, hey, like we've got this big group of people who love weather. Like we're constantly obsessing over the weather. We usually know that a tornado happened before most people, and like we have friends, like we have people that we know that are there right after the tornadoes happened because they're storm chasers. They're helping us keep an eye on the storm and stuff. So why not utilize all of that information, all of that oversight, all of that coordination to not just immediately leave after the storm's over, but to also stick around and help. And we've done that a lot with tornadoes. We've done it a lot with some of the bigger hurricanes, and we hope to be able to do it again with this hurricane if needed. So yeah, you can go to the y'allsquad.org. It's a tax-deductible, official 501c3 not-for-profit organization. So yeah, anything, it can potentially go a long way. Let's see. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, just go watch some of those videos, and there's more videos to come. There's a couple of tornadoes that we responded to with the Y'all Squad way back in May and April that we still haven't completed our documentation process of yet, but it's coming. Could this shift west? It could shift a little bit west, but I'm not looking for a very huge western shift.
A new tornado warning has been
issued. And we've got a new tornado warning. This one's another one that's a little bit farther to the east. Riley, I don't know if we've got a camera over here or not, but I don't know if this is one of those states where it's just on the interstates. But anyways, we've got Appomattox, Appomattox, Virginia, under a tornado warning now, and a decent velocity couplet right over the town. So, yeah, this is not the greatest radar coverage here. So I would say that the rotating part of the storm is anywhere down and through here, and it's moving up towards Oakville and Sliders, Virginia. Take shelter now if you haven't already. This is capable of producing a tornado over the next 40 minutes or so. We need you to take shelter if you are in Appomattox County, Virginia. The Nash Airport is in the path of this thing. Also, the Robert E. Lee Academy is in the path of this thing. Appomattox, right? Hey, Jennifer, thank you so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate everyone for being here and for sharing. We are humbled to be on your television screens. We take this very seriously, so thank you for giving us the opportunity to tell you about the weather, and then also do what we do with the Y'all Squad on top of that. Princess Warrior, thank you. Appomattox. ChatGPT, blame it. Yeah. I forgot. I'm not going to get in the habit of doing that, I don't think. I do want to test it. Let's see what it got. Let's see what it's got. Hey, there's a tornado warning for someplace. I don't know. It's called Appomattox, Virginia. What's the correct way of saying that?
It's pronounced Appomattox.
Oh, wow.
Virginia. Glad to help. If you've got more questions, just let me know.
Shoot, man, that thing's gonna take my job. It can actually say the town names right. Lord goodness. Even YouTube weathermen not immune from the AI takeover. Melissa, thank you so much for that. Huge shout out to Melissa. Also, huge shout out to Yum Cha Tea Company. Yum Cha Tea Company. Thank you so much. Big time. Yeah, I definitely not a history buff here. I did one of the places that's in the path of this storm, which should have probably reminded me of history class, and hearing about this city is the Robert E. Lee Academy. Living it up, Dixie. Thank you for that. Mike Collier says, Ryan, half of the fun is watching you try to pronounce the town names. I'm glad you enjoy it. Every time, we say a town name wrong, and I'm unaware of it at first, I look over at the chat, and it just seems like I've truly wronged everyone involved. So I feel terrible about it. But the fact that they know that I was wrong means that they know where I was talking about. So the job is done, right? As long as if I say it half wrong, but you know what and where I'm talking about, that's what I'm here for. Looks like they just issued a flash flood warning for that county as well, because the storm is somewhat stationary. It's not moving very much. So lots of, it's a pretty chaotic evening here near Oakville, Sliders, Spring Mills, and Stonewall. We also continue to have the tornado warning that's a little bit farther south. This one is for Halifax and Charlotte County, Virginia. That one's going to be allowed to expire here soon, I think. Go ahead, Riley. Oh, you're muted.
Hey, I clicked the wrong button on my stream deck. I was going to answer one of the questions I've seen in the chat a couple of times, and that is, why are they not issuing severe thunderstorm warnings for these storms in Florida that are producing greater than severe thunderstorm warning winds? And that's because there's already tropical storm warnings out for all of these areas. So there's no reason to really issue that severe thunderstorm warning again. And you need to realize and make the connection that, hey, a tropical storm warning, that is basically the same thing as a severe thunderstorm warning, and it should be taken just as seriously.
Absolutely. Thank you, Riley. And if you can, I don't know if the program's working back there or not, but maybe put the bottom three cameras on one of the Florida storms if it's available, just so we have one row kind of dedicated to the storms that we're tracking with the tornado warnings, and one row to Helene. Yeah, every frame that comes in on the satellite imagery here continues to be more and more impressive. It's happening. How are you tracking the hurricane hunters? There's a couple different ways. The data is public. You can do it on the Radar Omega, or we've got it on our map here too. Currently tracking these flights, which these guys have been out here for a while. They're probably about done. And then there'll be another round of flights that come in. But this flight right here is going through the center once again. If you look at the dots, the way that I've set this up is the darker, or I guess the more intense colored dots are areas where high wind speeds have been recorded. I need to add a toggle to where like you can also change it to pressure. But the interesting thing is the winds are very calm. You see lots of green dots here towards the center of the storm. Most of the strong winds are happening outside of that. And that's going to kind of change a little bit as the rapid intensification starts to happen. And that core gets really well defined. But still, some of the stronger winds that we found have been way outside here, 82.9 miles per hour, several hundred miles away from the center, or a couple hundred miles away from the center of circulation. I'm picking up a new custom cargo trailer in Douglas, Georgia at 8 a.m. tomorrow, and I'm trying to get back to Colorado. Will I be able to escape? Yeah, I think so. I think you're fine. Just don't stick around too long, you know. You'll be good. Quentin Cooper, thank you so much for that. Super huge contribution from Quentin. Says, thanks for all you do and keeping us updated here in Nassau County, Florida. The lights are orange. So we've got something from Elijah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I have a kind of a cool history thing. So this is not the first year we've actually seen Helene. Helene has actually been a name actually several times since the 1950s even. We've not ever had it get retired before. So I just wanted to quickly mention that we've had Hurricane Helene, a Category 4 in 1958. We had Tropical Storm Helena in 1963. We had Category 4 Hurricane Helena in 1988. We had Tropical Storm Helena in 2000. We had Category 3 Hurricane Helene in 2006. In 2012, we had Tropical Storm Helene. In 2018, the most recent one, besides this current one, was a Category 2 Hurricane Helene. So we've had Hurricane Helene for several years. It's just never been retired. So that was just a cool history thing I found there. And I believe only one of those hurricanes ever affected the U.S.
Wow. That is very interesting. Thank you, Elijah. And this, another interesting thing is we've had so many Helenes, and this might be our last one. If it ends up being as significant as what we think it will be, they will more than likely retire that name. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I'm back with another episode of What Have the Hurricane Hunters Found Now. It seems like they slightly missed the direct eye of the storm this time, but we are down to 973 millibars. I believe the last official pass through was also 973, but before that it was 975. If we start to see this drop any quicker than it is, that'd be basically the indicator of all indicators that rapid intensification has begun.
Yep. Thank you very much, Riley. Also, a huge shout out to Chad Charles says, what are your thoughts on flights into Savannah on Friday? I have family flying in from Pennsylvania. Once again, it's going to be, there's going to be several factors that go into that. However, there is a pretty decent chance that there's going to be a huge storm in between Pittsburgh or Pennsylvania and Savannah during that time, and some of those storms are going to be intense, especially near Savannah. So it could be a problem. What is this? Ryan, before you realize his job. That's it. Like that was the moment I knew we're nearing the end, Bulls. I thought for sure it was going to mess it up a little bit. You know, you guys have used this AI stuff before. It's not perfect. I was about to prove a point, but nope, it nailed it. But also that was a bad, we'll get it on something. I should have known that. I should have actually known that town name. That's a popular one. We'll get it on one of the more unique ones. Thanks, Ryan. Sending my prayers to the ones. Hoping everything is okay. You must definitely leave if you're in the path of this hurricane. Absolutely. If you're in an evacuation county, you got to go. Thank you for that, by the way. Yeah, some of those Mississippi town names, Oklahoma, Louisiana, and Michigan, and some places like that. Lee says, I'm a truck driver here. I'm 13 miles away from. Okay. Please keep us updated on the tornado warning. Let's go check back in on that. We haven't forgot about it, obviously. There have just been no recent developments outside of what we've already talked about, right? So the tornado warning is still in effect. It's still going to be in effect for at least the next 15 minutes or so. However, the rotation has let down over here in Halifax and Charlotte counties in Virginia, and also in the Appomattox county in Virginia as well. So I don't think you've got anything to be worried about per se. I think that you just need to be extra cautious and stay in your safe spot until this warning is allowed to expire, which should be soon. Lee DeBartolo. One of the things too is like I probably mispronounce your all's names constantly, but there's not a lot of feedback about that. So like I never know. But anyway, sorry about that in advance. But thank you for the very generous donation. That's super huge. Shout out to everybody that's even just been here and subscribed and click the like button. Once again, you're doing a lot to help us reach people who may otherwise not know about us, just simply by getting us infused in the algorithm a little bit more. Some people just really don't like the news, man. And I don't blame them. So like this is a good avenue for weather information to make it to a lot of those people. So, and also anybody else, like even if you do like the news, I'd imagine that like tomorrow when we're live all day with no commercial breaks, with 50 something storm chasers and probes, like there's a lot that you can take from that. When is landfall? We expect landfall to happen sometime around 8 p.m. or 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Somewhere near Apalachicola. Could be as far west as Panama City. It could be as far east as areas just to the south of Tallahassee. Deep convection is forming all around the center of our storm now. This is implying that rapid intensification is beginning and it'll continue overnight, as was forecasted by the National Hurricane Center. Why isn't the whole storm tornado warned? Well, I don't know what you're talking about. If you're talking about the, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. The couple of tornado warnings that we do have, most of the storm is included in the tornado warning. If you're talking about the hurricane here, there probably will be multiple tornado warnings within the hurricane as it makes landfall and overnight tonight. All right, I'm just reading through. A couple different things. First of all, we're already experiencing some pretty significant flooding in the Appalachian Mountains up here. I'm seeing reports of mudslides in and around the Asheville, North Carolina area. and that's unfortunate because the vast majority of the rain that was supposed to lead to our 20-inch or 10-inch or greater rain totals over here was not even supposed to have started yet. So that's going to add significant insult to injury. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Brian, in the same places are two, semi-questionable tornado warnings because they've been mostly side lobe contamination. We do have another pretty noteworthy area of side lobe contamination that could display rotation that's ongoing here, just north of the southern tornado warning. That's popped up in the last scan. So, given the pattern here of the warning, the last two from this office, this may also incur a warning that would include much of western Charlotte County here in Virginia. So that would be around the Phoenix area on Highway 40 if they do warn the same thing with the same pattern. So expect that warning if it does come through.
Okay, thank you so much, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill still watching these storms as they are flirting with tornado warnings. A lot of them have been all day. And we've actually had a couple of tornadoes today that were not warned. And we've got a couple of tornado warnings now. And basically, we're just watching every single area of rotation very closely. And we're trying to keep you ahead of the game here. This might be the inspiration for our next tornado warning. So if we're in Phoenix, Virginia, y'all watch out. Somebody's asking about the storm surge graphic again. Yes, it's been a second since we've shown that, so we might as well show it again. It's very important. This is a very ominous and unfortunate image. 15 to 20 feet of storm surge is possible here in the Big Bend region of Florida. That is, in some places, catastrophic and, in the words of the National Weather Service, unsurvivable along the coast. This is, that's going to cover homes. It's going to completely overtake homes and power poles and roads and bridges, and it's going to be bad stuff. So keep that in mind. This is going to be one of the biggest and most unfortunate parts of the storm. This is going to be what causes a lot of the damage. Now, of course, where this makes landfall, especially if it makes landfall as a Category 4 or higher, there's going to be widespread destructive wind damage. But the storm surge is potentially going to be an even bigger problem. So this is what we're dealing with here. We expect Apalachicola, for example, to experience maybe up to 6 or 10 to 15 feet. The farther west you go, the less we are worried about storm surge for now. Panama City, for example, we're not too worried about, you guys. It gets a little bit more iffy the closer you get to Indian Pass. Indian Pass right now could see anywhere, honestly, from 3 to 10 feet. It depends on the very intricate changes to the path. Like if it goes a little bit farther west, that'll make a big difference. Right now, though, 6 to 10 feet is on the table. Tampa, 5 to 8 feet of storm surge. This is enough to actually prompt evacuations for large portions of the Tampa Bay area. So that's going to be a big problem over there as well, even though the storm's not making landfall anywhere near Tampa. There have been 4 reported tornadoes today so far. One of our cyclone ports, or mesovorts, I should say, from Radar Omega it's really breaking itself in here. This looks like it's strapped to a bridge or something, but it's taken a beating from a thunderstorm from one of those outside bands of Helene. Just a taste of what's to come. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, so I think I talked about the hurricane hunters like, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes ago, and we were talking about 973 millibars. It looked like we had another fly through. We slightly missed the eyes, and we're at 971 millibars. That is a 2 millibar change in about 15 minutes or so. That is what we're talking about when we're talking about rapid intensification.
All right. Thank you very much, Riley. Hurricane hunters are flying through the storm. I do think that this flight's probably done. It's going to go back to base. This one's probably also done, but that last pass that they just did resulted in this 971 millibars. Once we get into the 960s, I mean, we're talking about if the convection starts to really take off, and it is, a 960 to 970 millibar low pressure center over the extremely warm Gulf of Mexico waters is just the perfect situation for rapid intensification and just an explosion of a hurricane here. If you had a sandbox weather creation game, these are the parameters that you would put in to try to create a Category 5 hurricane. So, you know, that's what we're dealing with here. So we're unfortunately looking at a situation where there's nothing stopping this from becoming a worst case scenario as it approaches Florida tomorrow. And once again, we are watching very closely the flash flooding that is unfolding up there in the Appalachian Mountains as well. What's happening now is known as a predecessor rain event. And today, some places have already seen 4 inches of rain, and we expect that some of those places will see an additional 10 to 15 inches of rain. Unprecedented, catastrophic flash flooding will take place in some of these areas in North Carolina, extreme northwestern South Carolina, and northeastern Georgia and southern Virginia. We currently have no tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got some hurricane warnings and tropical storm warnings, and that's why we probably don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings right now for the storms in Florida. But that's where we are right now. It's currently 9:43 p.m. on the East Coast. We've been streaming now for about 5 hours. So we're probably going to go for just a little while longer, and then we'll wrap it up and get back with you tomorrow. Once again, I do think that the start time it should be, let's just say noon. Okay. Well, noon or 2 or something like that. Somewhere around there. I'm leaning towards starting earlier because we got to think about it. Like I don't want to go longer than 12 hours, unless we have to. There's a possibility where we add a separate stream on the end and break it up a little bit. But for our consecutive main coverage, I don't want to go longer than 12 hours. So like noon to midnight sounds good. But I don't know. Just subscribe, and we'll be here at some point tomorrow.
A new tornado warning has been
issued. We could just stay all night, though, because this is going to keep happening right here. Maybe I'll just turn the AI on and just walk away. No, I'm just joking. Let's see. Let's go investigate the new tornado warning. Hey, and it's the Andy Hill special. He called it. This is the storm that he was talking about, and now it's got a tornado warning. Charlotte, Virginia. That county is under a tornado warning. Please take shelter immediately. Phoenix. Is that Phoenix or Phoenix, y'all? Rough Creek, Vincent Corner, and Madisonville. All right, well, while you guys are telling me, we've got to test this out. We got to. I'm doing live severe weather coverage. We've got a tornado warning for this town near Rough Creek in Virginia, spelled Phenix. Is it Phoenix or Phoenix? How do you pronounce that?
It's pronounced Phoenix, just like the city in Arizona.
All right, well, thank you very much, man.
You're welcome. Stay safe with that severe weather coverage.
Oh, man. Go ahead, Riley. You're muted.
I need to fix my stream
You're
deck.
getting worse than me.
Yeah. Our eyes open again. We dropped 2 millibars in 15 minutes with an open eye. The hurricane hunters were looping, and I'm guessing they were looping because they were like, "Wait, is that eye really open?" And yes, it was open. So, yeah,
So wait, what?
the eye's open again. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it dropped 2 millibars in 15 minutes with an open eye. So that's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that happen with an open eye.
All right. Thank you, Riley. Keeping us updated with the hurricane hunters. Hey, from now on, refer to yourself as Y'allbot, okay?
Got it. From now on, I'm Y'allbot.
Sweet. We got our own Jarvis, y'all. Let's see here. Like Andy said, this is mostly side lobe contamination, meaning that the rotation that we seemingly see here is probably a little bit misleading, but it still indicates an area of rotation here near Phoenix, Virginia. So we should take it seriously and take shelter if we're in Rough Creek, Vincent Corner, Madisonville in Virginia. This is probably going to go just to the south and just to the west of the Lane Farm airstrip on its approach to Madisonville. Some reports that have come in today from Rutherford, North Carolina. Light damage to barn roofs, greenhouses, and trees. And that's associated with the tornado report. There was also one in Pocahontas County, West Virginia, 1 mile north and east of Hillsboro. And then we had one, the Georgia Highway Patrol officer reported a brief touchdown. No damage reported in Colquitt County, Georgia. And then Watauga County, North Carolina, there was a video sent in by a trained spotter showing a rotating funnel cloud and a wall cloud. I think we shared that on Twitter. Pretty interesting video. Ryan finding out about AI is like my grandma when she discovered Instagram. Oh. What is the Waffle House scale? I don't think there's an official. I don't know. Is there like an official guidebook for like what is the Waffle House index? Like, is there a formula? If there is, we'll get right on that, and we'll let y'all know. But so far, the scale has not been tipped. Waffle House is still open in Tallahassee, and it's planning on being open tomorrow, which is pretty nuts. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I think the Hurricane Hunter has heard you talking about them being done because they've pulled the 180 and they're now heading back into this thing. There are supposed to be a couple of new flights that are going to come out pretty soon, but I think we're going to get one more pass through from at least one of these flights, and it's probably going to be looking at if that eye wall is open still. There are a bunch of people asking, what does it mean if the eye wall is open? That simply means that the eye is not a complete eye wall. There's not an entire 360-degree circumference of clouds. It means that part of it's open. So right now we are open to the southeast, and I'm guessing that next time they fly through, we will not be open to the southeast.
All right. Thank you, Riley. Once again, keeping us updated on the Hurricane Hunters. Lowest pressure that we've seen so far is 971.6 millibars. Okay, yeah, this is the Waffle House index. It's less complex than I was imagining. I was imagining like a book full of different indicators, but here it is. It's good stuff. And go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I'll go ahead and talk about the Waffle House Index. So it is an index that is used by FEMA to basically gauge disaster responses because Waffle House is very well known for being open every day of the year, nonstop 24/7 service, 365 days of the year. So FEMA uses them as basically like hey, we're going to use this informal guide to gauge disaster response. Green, as it says there, is the full menu. Waffle House is open for business, no problems whatsoever. The storm does not affect them at all. Yellow, yeah, they might be, struggling. They might be running on generator power, but they're still serving food. It's a limited menu, so not everything's available, but they're still giving food. And then red is the famous one of the Waffle House has closed because nothing closes the Waffle Houses. So even though that's not really like a true, restaurant to this FEMA scale, it's what FEMA uses to help describe what the disaster response will be. Even if the Waffle House is actually closed, it doesn't mean FEMA's at closed level, but that's just kind of the famous thing that's been off of it. And that was coined by the FEMA director several years ago. So that's kind of explaining the Waffle House scale. It's just used by FEMA kind of internally, but everyone associates, Waffle House closing to, oh boy, get ready for like war, basically.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Elijah. So that makes a lot more sense now. The Waffle House index. But here it is. There's also a graphic here for anybody that wants to take notes. And so far, we're not at red. Now, we have covered several events where Waffle House, well, like obviously it's not it's not based off of this scale, but there are Waffle Houses that are closed. But this one, no Waffle House is closed just yet. Why is there no hurricane warning for Panama City? There is. Isn't there? So Panama City's actually just outside of the hurricane warning. Yeah. It's just one of those things where they'll probably expand that at some point, but we're also considering that the storm might go a little bit farther east. I would be preparing for a hurricane in Panama City. Best case scenario is it keeps going a little bit more east, and you guys are going to get spared by the vast majority of the negative impacts from this storm, which looks like a possibility right now. Certainly the strongest part of the storm is not going to hit Panama City, so that's good news. Well, it's hard to say certainly. There's a very good chance that it won't. Who will be chasing tomorrow? We're going to see Brad Arnold out there. We're going to see Caleb Beecham. Honestly, I don't know. Riley, is there anybody that we normally see on the streams that won't be out there?
No.
Okay.
Every single person that I can think of that could be chasing is chasing. I'm pretty sure out of the list we have, there's like 53 people on there. At least 50 of them are chasing. So there's very few people who are not chasing.
Okay. So yeah, I think everybody. It's I mean, this is probably going to be the biggest weather event of the year. So like there's lots of storm chasers, lots of them. But we got Brad Arnold, Caleb, and of course we'll have Chris Hall, which we've had some problems getting his feed in the past couple of streams, but I think we've resolved those, so we'll have him. Yeah.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning. Let's go check this one out. This one is for, man, this place has just been, how many tornado warnings have we had right here today? I know we've got some cameras up in this area. This is for Watauga County, North Carolina, until 10:30 p.m. Tornado warning for Boone, Blowing Rock, New River Heights, and Meat Camp, North Carolina. And there's a live camera up there above my head in Boone, North Carolina, courtesy of resortcams.com. But yeah, not a lot. Honestly, it's a little bit confusing why some of these warnings are happening. And like why some other areas are not being warned. I mean, but hey, listen, there's a tornado warning for Boone, Trade, and Todd in North Carolina. These storms are actually producing tornadoes today. So we got to take it seriously, and we got to take shelter now. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan. So I'm not sure if you saw my message in office chat, but I said that we had 1 through 3 all in tornado warnings. And then I couldn't see anything because it was dark. Well, it seems like power just came back on for that camera number 37 on the far right there. So I'm not sure if we have a power outage or what, but it went from light to dark and now it's back to just dark and headlights again.
All right. Thank you very much, Riley. So we've got a couple of cameras in the path of our tornado warned storm here, and we're keeping a close eye on this. We have such a tight mesh of cameras now. In some places, it's actually useful to keep up with where the power outages are happening and, that kind of thing. So interesting. This storm is big? Yes, the storm is huge. You said landfall's around 8 p.m. tomorrow. That's what we're thinking right now. Give or take a few hours on either side. It could change. Dry air is starting to mix out of the center, which is looking more defined than it was earlier. Ryan, I'm traveling from Atlanta to Savannah Friday. Do you recommend canceling? It's very important to me as it's my sister's wedding. If you're traveling from Atlanta to Savannah on Friday, the majority of the worst of the storm. Hold on. So the worst of the storm is going to be happening between Atlanta and Savannah between 1 p.m. tomorrow and 5 a.m. Friday. After 5 a.m. Friday, that whole area is going to be mostly clear. So honestly, as long as you're leaving after 5 a.m. Friday, you should be fine. Caden says, hey Ryan, I'm still pursuing a meteorology major at WKU, touring the school Wednesday. Thanks for all you do and inspiring me. I'm always watching the weather. Caden, that's super awesome. Glad to hear from you again. And good luck. It's a great school. From what I've heard, and I've heard a lot about it. I don't know if he's watching right now, but good old mentor, chief meteorologist Shane Smith, that's where he went to school. Spoke highly of it. And our very own Luke Hatton goes to WKU. Jen, yeah, it's about bedtime for me. I thought that I read this as, do you think the storm will reach Category 5 status telepathically? But it says temporarily. I do think that there's a chance that it reaches Category 5 status. I think that chance is not high. I don't think that it's likely. I think that it's probable. I think that it's possible. And the fact that it's possible is nuts. Like that doesn't happen all the time, right? So we're hoping for the best. We're hoping for best case scenario, high end Category 3 landfall. For some reason, this dry air just completely stops the rapid intensification process, and it just doesn't happen until maybe 8 hours from now. It doesn't start until 8 hours from now. That might be enough time to actually not allow this to increase in intensity enough to reach Category 4 status or high-end Category 4 status. However, I think that it's almost certainly going to make landfall as a 4, and unfortunately the chance of it being a 5 is there. So yeah, at the end of the day, the storm surge and all of the things that happen in association with storms like this, it's going to be pretty much the same for everybody involved, whether it's a high-end Category 4 or a low-end Category 5 or something like that, Go ahead, Riley. Or Elijah, sorry.
Hey, Ryan. So earlier today, Andy called out a originally unwarned tornado near Cleveland, South Carolina. Well, emergency managers have now had a damage report from that area. Multiple trees down and a small building damaged. The emergency managers also noted it was a possible tornado. So Andy did give warning for residents over this possible unwarned tornado.
Amazing. Thank you, Elijah. And super huge shout out to Andy, who has been killing it, as always, today. With these really hard to decipher velocity readings and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, we're going to continue to have Andy's eyes on this tomorrow, which I think is going to be really important because got a feeling that there's going to be lots of tornado warnings tomorrow. That's gold. And this was made before we just got that confirmation tidbit there. So this just shows you how often of a phenomenon this is. We love Andy. Here's another blurb from National Weather Service, Tallahassee. Just want to go over this real quick before we start considering wrapping things up. Hurricane Helene continues to strengthen. And this is from NWS Tallahassee. Hurricane Helene continues to strengthen in the southern Gulf of Mexico. It's now forecast rapidly intensifying to a powerful Category 4 hurricane before making landfall along the Florida Big Bend on Thursday. Confidence is increasing for catastrophic impacts across our region, including high winds, catastrophic and life-threatening storm surge in the Appalachian Bay, flash flooding from heavy rainfall, and a few tornadoes. Helene is a large storm, and impacts will extend well outside of the cone of uncertainty. Preparations should be completed this evening as conditions deteriorate during the day Thursday. So yeah, the plan is to go live tomorrow sometime before 2 p.m. Eastern and be with you throughout the entire day. We might go live as early as noon or slightly earlier. It depends on how things look whenever we wake up. So we got to go to sleep at some point here. So we're probably going to do that soon. And I hope that you guys hit that subscribe and notification bell so that you can be alerted the moment that we go live tomorrow. Also follow on the social media stuff. X, Facebook, whatever else there is. I don't even remember. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yep, I'm just making a couple little last minute saves here, and once again, we're going to be back tomorrow all day. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, just a last update from the hurricane hunters before we wrap it up here. We are back to 973 millibars, and it looks like after there was some further data adjustments done with what was originally a 971 millibar point, they decided that was also 973 millibars. I think we're still just struggling with dry air here, but just looking at the storm as a whole and how there's more convection popping up on the southeast side of that, it's not really a question of if it's going to stop handling this dry air. It's a question of when it's going to get rid of this dry air. And once that happens, probably sometime in the next couple of hours, that's when we're going to really start to see this thing pick up.
All right. Thank you, Riley. Let's hope that it continues to struggle with dry air. That is a good problem to have. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get very lucky in that department. So tomorrow, when we wake up, we'll assess the situation, and we will be live with you as soon as we can. All right, get some rest, and we will see you tomorrow.